Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, in Visualize Live.
Good morning, my darling friends. How are you all? Welcome to Saturday's Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard, and do I have a day for you? Now, I have such an amazing early bird, okay? You might just want to keep this one to yourself. They haven't been on pre-order. Let's do it. Here's our early bird. Ready? It's the scrap bag. We've got 2 kilogram scrap bags. Mixed fabric bag, scraps and remnants. Amazing. This is your price, $14.99. Now, I just need to let you know that I've got limited stocks of these, 2 kilograms. Now, a metre of quilt weight cotton weighs about 300 to 350 grams. So we're talking the equivalent of 5 to 6 meters of fabric in here for $14.99. Could I just have my screen changed over, please? You don't get the crate. I've had to put it in there because I ripped the bag open so violently. So I think the word was aggressively, was what our Dan said, to get inside because I was so excited to see. And so that's why we've had to put it into a wooden crate. Right, let's dive in and see. Oh, this is one sample at random. Look at... now, just a minute. Hello, Liberty. Look, this is Liberty. Let me show you. This, Liberty. That's like, yeah, it looks like a long quarter almost. And this. Now, this, as if you were just buying that. Oh, it's a little bit. Okay. I'm getting inspired here. But I mean, that's like half a metre of Liberty, which is like about £8.50, isn't it? There's Tula Pink, Batik, got mine, Karen, the early bird, Look at this though, the Batik. That again, that's got to be like about £4.50's worth just for that. This is... William Morris, Anna Maria Horner. This was just picked at random. Anna Maria Horner. What else? Oh, this is lovely. Look at this. Gorgeous. Bit of rainbow. There was more. I saw earlier on. Look, there's more of that lovely batik. Moda. We've got Moda. Look at that. These are absolutely flying out. Yeah, over 100 have gone. It's really eating away at my stock. This is a bit of Jason Yenter. What I'm finding actually, the vast majority of these ones in this bundle are quilt weight cotton. Jennifer from Bridgens messaged in, what a way to start the day, eh? Good morning. Scrapbacks are really good value. Lots of fabric and good sizes. They really are. I mean, that's your bit of William Morris. It's another bit of William Morris. Gorgeous. This is cute. I mean, I can't guarantee that yours has got William Morris in it or batik, but it's all... Oh, look, more Liberty. More Liberty. Liberty, it would be so nice. I'm the only person here allowed to sing on air because when I sing, it's unrecognisable. That is also Liberty. That's Liberty as well. Absolutely incredible value. Now, this is a little bit of dress fabric here that you could make a little scarf out of that, I think. Look, that. You could fold and hem that, and that would make a lovely little scarf. Gosh, amazing. Oh, my goodness me. I am down to low double figures, and I'm talking low. Oh, my goodness. There is now, this is why, Dan, if you're listening, I ripped open the bag so violently, so aggressively. Can't imagine that, can you? But I did get very excited, and with good reason. Look at it. Give me the bag, Dan, and I'll show it. Come on. Bruce said it looked like a velociraptor had got to it. I used my front legs and my back legs like a kitten, scratching my way in. But I mean, come on. I'm down to my last 10. Be quick. Right, now if you are getting that, or you love your scraps as I do, this launched last week. It's Carolyn Forster's brand new book. Look at the price of this, 20 one-patch quilts for $6.99. It's a hardcover book from Carolyn Forster. Now, Carolyn Forster is an amazing designer, absolutely fantastic author, and she makes the quilts I want to make. I don't know about you, but I love her quilts. It's talking about how to use your materials, design options, how to stitch them, how to complete them, and then you've got some really gorgeous designs. Now, everywhere else is on pre-order. It doesn't actually come out until the 11th of April, but we've got an exclusive launch. It's an exclusive launch. If you're getting a scrap bag, remember it's a mixture of things. I mean, what I found in my scrap bag there was mostly cottons, but there were some blends, there were some mixtures. Just to answer Steph's question there. Good morning. Dressed to match the quilt behind me. Absolutely. This is Alison Marion coming up. Hilary is in touch as well. She says, morning, Stuart. Love your shirt. The colour looks fab on you. Thank you, my darling. Oh, I like this, the house or the prism. Nice one. There's loads of good stuff in this book. Really, full-size templates throughout. You could hand piece these. You could machine piece these. Really, really lovely. And a great variety of different quilts in there that you could make. Really useful to have this in your stash, whether it's for a cushion, whether it's for a runner, maybe a bag flap even. Really cute as well. There's a quilt in the back showing off 16 of the, well, no, actually it's not, there's a couple of repeats, I think, but showing off how you could use the designs. I received the book this week. Now, the scrap bag is ordered. Wow. Erica, absolutely. They go together like strawberry jam and cream. Ask me how I know. Thank you, Alison Marion. Now, over 30 of you have it in your basket. It's a great one. I can't believe the price. $6.99 for, you know, you've got all your templates full size. You've got so many different scrap quilting ideas. And also just like how to put your fabrics together or how to mix your colours up. how to work with scraps is so useful, it's so worthwhile to have that knowledge. Loads of you put in your basket. Don't forget to check out, though, all this information as well for how to make the quilts, all included. Now, remember, it's one postage all day, £4.95. So once you've checked out once, just combine your basket. Fran says, open those bags carefully. They can be used for rubbish bags. Oh, not the way I open them, Fran. Sorry. You are right. You are right. Yes. Over 40 of you with this in your basket. Do remember to check out, won't you? Oh, I've completely lost the Facebook now. The Facebook. Sorry. Don't know what I've done. Check out your baskets, won't you? Right, should we do the menu? Let's do the menu. Let's do the menu. Gosh, what an exciting start to the day. We're starting off this hour with quilting tools. Lots of different things to share with you, including cutting mats. Now, at 9 o'clock, Alistair MacDonald is here with House of Alistair, and we've got a gorgeous selection of scuba fabrics, and we've got some jerseys. We've also got his beautiful wool pressing mats back in stock, and he's giving us a bit of a masterclass in Vliseline tapes. Now, at 10 o'clock, Alison Marion here with one last piece, which is the quilt that's hanging behind me. Absolutely love this. I look like the piece that's missing. There we go. The jigsaw is done. I'm certainly missing something, aren't I? This is gorgeous. Love that. I've got 4 different kit options, including this one, and a gorgeous floral one too. Make sure you tune in for that at 10 o'clock. Now, at 11 o'clock, Alistair is back with more House of Alistair. This time, he's got a gorgeous lunch bag that he's going to be showing us. And then at 12 o'clock, we are going to be doing the fidget cushion with Alison. A great way to finish the day. And what a fantastic day we've got ahead of us. Absolutely wonderful, jam-packed. Now, the scrap bag has sold out. I'm going to pop that over here out of the way so I'm not tempted. Do keep going through for the book, won't you? It's Carolyn Forster's brand new book, incredible value, 21 patch quilts. I mean, ideal as a scrap buster, and $6.99. $6.99, amazing. Amazing value. Now, a fifth of the remaining stock now is in baskets. Make sure you check that out, please. Make sure you get this home. Not available anywhere else till mid-April. Sue from Norfolk's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart. I have the book, a scrap bag, and the Bloomsbury bag pattern. I'm thinking a half hexy scrappy bag. Sue, please, please make that. I would love to see that done, patchwork style. Brilliant idea. Joanna from West Yorkshire's got in touch. She says, hi, Stuart. Received my book this week and all my scraps are out. Oh, happy days. Love it. Sounds like a beautiful day to me. Absolutely gorgeous. Really great way to make a bag. Right, how to get in touch. Let's talk about how to get in touch. You can email us, studio@sewingstreet.com. You can email us. You can send in pictures. You can send in messages. That's a great way to get in touch. studio@sewingstreet.com. You can also communicate with us via Facebook and send us a message there. You can also watch us on Facebook, of course. I think there might be something wrong with the sound on Facebook at the moment. There's nothing we can do about that, I'm afraid, but try reloading. All I can ever suggest is switch it off and switch it on again. That is the only way I know how to deal with IT problems. Sorry, I'm no help at all. So that's Facebook. You can also go onto our website, all the W's, sewingstreet.com, and you can shop with us, you can watch us, you can also send us a message. Don't forget our amazing sales team on the telephone line as well, won't you? If you want to get in touch via telephone, free phone number there. Now, when you get to the website, click on Watch Live, and then you can do just that. You can send a message to the studio. We love those messages. And then you can also see what's been on air today's show deals and what's coming up on today's. So if you ever want to shop ahead, just have a look in that column and you'll see everything that we've got coming up on today's shows. It's a real smart move to pre-order anything that you love and then you make sure you get what you want instead of selling out. Some gorgeous scuba fabrics from Alistair. Don't forget, with Alistair's fabrics, 1 unit is 1 metre. So if you order 2 units, you'll get 2 metres in a single piece. You've also got your Vliseline tape pack. And also, Kim Sullivan from Sixpenny Memories has written a handy guide that comes with your tapes. There's Alison's one last piece. Lots of notions. Now, Alistair's got bias bindings. He's also got hook and loop. He's also got some ripstop, fabulous colours of ripstop. They're all by the metre too. Webbing, there's loads of good stuff. Real good chance, if you've bought anything today at all, if you bought yourself a scrap bag, for example, or Carolyn Forster's new book, today's a great opportunity to stock up your stash with those little bits and pieces that if you only want that, you think, oh, I don't want to pay the postage just for that. But if you've bought yourself the book or you've bought yourself the scrap bag or anything else, you know, maybe get some bias tape, maybe get yourself some ripstop or some bag handles or a pack of needles, you know. Do yourself and your sewing machine a favour, change the needle today. Now then, let's dive in. Let's do another book. This is called 40. And it's an absolutely beautiful book. Absolutely beautiful book. Now, as some of you know, I'm one of the patrons, along with Kay Fassett. We're the patrons of the Quilters Guild of the British Isles. And I absolutely love the work that they do, maintaining and building the archive of quilting and quilt making from the British Isles and beyond, but also in educating and promoting our wonderful craft in things like this beautiful book. Now, this is called 40, and it's about the collection, the Quilters Guild collection, and it features 40 different pieces from the collection and has a little bit of history about them. It should be $11.99, but we're actually going to drop the price to $9.99. Now, brilliant book, beautiful book. You are also supporting the work of the Quilters Guild when you buy this book. The House Blocks quilt, this comes about, it was the very first acquisition into the Guild's collection when the Quilters Guild was formed in 1979. There's no patterns in the book. It's all about featuring pieces from the collection and also some really interesting little bit of history, little bit of background. So, I mean, I just love things like this. Cute little, this is stuffed work, so quilted and then brightly coloured yarn pushed into the back of the fabric. It's quite a sheer fabric, so you get this sort of shaded colour work. So you get all sorts of ideas from books like this. Very inspiring. Also as well, I think it's rather fun the way it shows us, you know, what was fashionable, what was being done at the time. Because we tend to sort of think of old quilts, you know, kind of all looking a bit like that. But I mean, actually, our heritage is so long now that there's all sorts of different things that are very much of their time. I mean, this is really interesting. This was done to raise funds within the community by selling signatures and raffling the quilt. Love this. I could so imagine making this now in scraps. Did you buy the scrap bag? You might be inspired. The cigarette silks. I mean, talk about a little window into the past. Remember getting the little cards in boxes of tea bags as well? Do you remember those? Or boxes of cigars. Miniature quilts. There's all sorts featured here. The Billings coverlet is probably the most famous piece in the Quilters Guild collection. Beautiful. And you'll also learn about some of our most important quilters, past and present. This is super famous as well within the Quilters Guild. This is the earliest piece in the collection, the oldest piece from 1718. Ooh, the Canadian Red Cross quilts. Now that's an interesting story. Again, for $9.99, it's a fabulous book, very giftable as well. A really nice thing to buy for another quilter. There's also some lovely contemporary things in here as well. Fab. Oh, hello. Now then, a patchwork bikini. I don't know if is that inspiring you? I love the colours. I love the colours. Fabulous. Fabulous. Great book. It's a really lovely book. Different thing to buy, isn't it? As I say, not patterns, but absolutely still full of inspiration and interesting as well. Really interesting. So a couple of great books there this morning. Amazing that you could get them both for under £17. Absolutely amazing value. Right, shall we dive into the meat and potatoes of the day? I'm just going to try and get... Oh, here we go. Wait a minute. Let me just see if I can get all the comments up. So I want to be able to read all your lovely comments. Would you? Sorry. Sandra's back from her holiday, celebrating her 60th. Took my inspiration from you and celebrated for the week. Month, Sandra, month. You get a month, not just a week. Don't be coming here with your week celebrations. You need a month, my love. But a holiday sounds like a very good way to start the month of celebrations, and happy birthday. Right, let's dive in. What should we start with? Yes. Now, thinking of Sandra on her holiday, if you want to take some... I always like to take a bit of sewing with me, a bit of knitting, but I don't necessarily want to take a massive pair of scissors. So here we go, thread cutter, Daisy thread cutter. This is really cool. Great price as well, under a £5. And so what you get is, it's on a lanyard. So you actually get... This hangs from a lanyard that you can wear around your neck. And then there's a blade inside this. It's all nicely covered though, so it's very safe. But you've got little exposed cutting blades all the way around for cutting your thread, cutting your yarn. So if you're a knitter, a crocheter, a sewer, even if you're mostly a machine sewer, if you hand sew your bindings or things like that, these are super, super useful. Now, I've got less than 20 of these left at the moment. So if you want to get your thread cutter for $4.99, you'll need to be quite quick on that. I'm already starting to put things aside in my... Well, I keep my present cupboard going all year. And when I see little things like this, it's very, very giftable. Lovely little thing there. Nice, safe way to cut your threads. Or if you're crafting with children as well, it's really useful to have just a safer way. Obviously with supervision, always with supervision, but useful to have around. So that's your thread cutter. Shall we talk sprays? Let's talk sprays. Let's start with 505. Now, I've got two different size options. The big one is going to be the best, most cost-effective way of doing it. This is Odif 505 quilt basting spray. So this is what I use this all the time. I love it, absolutely love it. It's a brilliant product. It's a temporary adhesive. You spray it from 12 to 15 inches and you want to spray it onto the wadding or the batting that you're using, and then stick your quilt top, your quilt back to it. I've done double, I've done queen size quilts held together with this. It's also great if you're a bag maker and you want to hold, say for example, you're using Bosal in our form and you're using the non-fusible or the single-sided fusible and you want to fuse to both sides or one side, a little spritz of this. Now do as I say, when you're spraying, you want to be 12 to 15 inches away from your fabric, which is this distance, okay? So you want to be at least this distance when you're spraying and you want a nice even spray of it. Ideally, I like to go outside to do my spraying or in a well-ventilated room. It's completely washable. It washes out of your projects when you wash them. If you don't wash them, it's absolutely fine to leave in perpetuity. It's made to be used on fabric. It's safe to sew through. It's not going to gum your needle. Really good stuff. And a big can like that, I often get asked, well, how many quilts will it do? And I would say if we're talking double queen size quilts, probably 2 or 3. So really good. You could spend 4 or 5 hours pinning your quilt together and it will never be as secure as using this. I reckon I can baste up a quilt with a can of this in about 20 minutes. So for me, 4 hours or 20 minutes, I would rather use the 505. Now we also have it in a half size can. So that's 500 mil. This one's 250 mil. $7.99. If you've never tried it before and you want to give it a go, then this is a good one to go for. You're probably going to get, you know, like a couple of decent size, probably a couple of double quilts out of this, or many, many bags. You can also use it in dressmaking as well, if you need to adhere layers together or something like, you know, you're putting in interfacing, a sewing interfacing. I don't put the interfacing into my seams, so to hold the layers together while I'm sewing everything, a little spritz of this onto the interfacing, and then it will just stick where it's meant to be. Better than pins. Now, I've also got the stick, the glue stick. This again is 505. So this is Odif 505. Now, probably different ways to use this rather than using it. It looks like a really tiny can. Can you imagine if that was really tiny can? It's not. It's like a thick glue stick. Such a lot of value in this, but I particularly like this for things like when I'm putting on the binding on a quilt, I'll sew it to one side, then on the reverse side I'll run a line of glue down within the seam allowance and fold and stick the binding in place. Then you can just machine stitch it really quickly from the front. You can also use this when you're putting in zips. You can use it for applique, bias binding. Very useful. Now, I know this is very, very violently blue. It's very, very blue, but it dries completely clear. This is so that you can see where you're putting it. So you can easily see where it is. You can also see if it's dried, you know, if you go a long way ahead. If it dries, it'll be clear. When it dries, it'll be clear. So if it's disappeared, you know you need to reapply. Yes, the sound on Facebook, YouTube is wonky. I'm sorry, it is. It is. Oh, Francis, I use the glue stick. Yes, they are. They're fantastic. Fantastic. Jan says, morning, Stuart. No, I couldn't manage without my 505 spray. Well, I know that's the awful thing. If you run out, it's like, what do you do? Now, when I use my 505, I just spray-based. There's no need to add extra pins. If you want to add extra pins, that's just for your peace of mind, but I never do. It comes out when you wash it out. So if you spray-baste your layers together, it's going to stay stuck together even if you leave it for a month or 6 months or whatever. If it starts coming apart, it's because you haven't sprayed it sufficiently. or you've sprayed in little splodges, and that's not what you want. Imagine it's like hairspray where you want a fine mist. You want that fine mist over every surface, and then it's like having a gazillion pins holding your layers together. Nothing moves, nothing shifts. You're going to get such a great result when you're quilting. Lots of interest in the glue stick. So if you want to get your glue stick, it's $6.99 and it's a temporary fabric safe glue. You get such a lot of value. I mean, when you think about the equivalent in sort of like the individual small finer one, you can still use the edge of this to create a fine line, but you do get a huge amount of value. Huge amount of value, and it's really safe to use on fabric. If you want to hold up hems while you're sewing them without pinning, very useful, very useful. Right, now I've got 2 more sprays. Oh, very far away. Right. Okay, these are both Odif sprays. And we've got 404, which is a repositionable adhesive. So this can be used in fabric craft. It can also be used in paper craft as well, or collaging. And technically speaking, you use it to spray, and then you can stick, but you can peel off and reposition and re-stick. So, for example, you might use this with templates, you might use this with pattern pieces. I don't think I'd use it with tissue patterns because they tear anyway, but the thicker paper, yes. I also love to use this sprayed onto my design wall, because even a flannel design wall, things tend to fall off. If you give this a light spritz on your pieces will stick absolutely beautifully. I also like to use this on the back of my rulers and my templates to make them non-slip. They will grip. You can remove it from your rulers just with warm soapy water. Comes off really easily. You could also use this on the back of things like stencils as well. So if you like stenciling on fabric or on walls, anything like that, then again you can spray this. It's going to create this tackiness on the back, but it will release. It's not going to stick permanently. This is not the same as 505. This is temporary adhesive, but when it's dry, it stays stuck together. This effectively never dries, so it's always sticky. Okay, it always has that stickiness to it. So yeah, don't use it for putting your quilts together. But all developed to work with fabric. Now, right, next up, we've got Grippy. Grippy, which is anti-slip. Although I prefer in the original Effect Anti-Glisse. I much prefer that, Anti-Glisse. So things like, if you're going to use templates or rulers and you want to create that anti-slip. So if you haven't got Creative Grids rulers with the non-slip dots, if you've got other kinds of rulers or templates, then if you spray this on the wrong side of them, then they'll grip. You can also use this on things like rugs, I think, can't you? Floor cloths, rugs, things like that. Spray the back of them to make them grip. Easily wiped off, leaves no permanent residue. But you've got a handful of these left. Single figures. Translucent, acid-free, doesn't stain. It's all the good stuff. It's all the good stuff. Warm soapy water will remove it completely. Great. That's Grippy. Don't always get to look at these things, do we? It's quite good to have a moment or two just to have a look. Okay. Yes, let's do some quilting gloves. Let's do some quilting gloves. Right. So these are So Easy quilting gloves. I'm going to open this pack up. These are a medium to large. I want to show you the size of them. So these gloves are an absolute boom, particularly for quilting, whether straight line or machine quilting, or free motion quilting. Okay. And what they have is they're really nice, sort of comfortable fabric, but they've got these grippy dots on the fingers, and I like that they've got them on both sides. So they're quite nice and stretchy. Now, I would say I've got fairly small hands for a man, and they are a good but snug fit on me. You want them to be quite snug on your hands because these are going to end up feeling like a sort of second skin. And what you've got in here, you've got these grippy dots on the fingers, and it's a bit like that stuff that you might use on a tea tray to stop everything slipping and sliding. So they grip. Okay, so on fabric, this is going to hold you so that when you're moving it around for free motion quilting or for straight line quilting or even for piecing, this is going to help to grip the fabric. Now, don't think I've got these on upside down because look, it's on both sides. This is like finger bobs, isn't it? Ooh, hello. No, stop it, Stuart, stop it. I've always been a little bit fascinated and slightly terrified of puppets, but yeah, I quite like them too. Anyway, we'll dive into that trauma one day, I'm sure. But they are good, and I've taught many quilting classes, free motion quilting classes, and there are always a few people in the class that really struggle with being able to put enough pressure on their fabric to move it around effectively. The minute you put these gloves on, everything just moves around beautifully. You're in control. So give them a try. They are definitely worth trying. And for £3.99, they're really worth trying, aren't they? Why not? Yes, now then, let me see if I can find... Here we go. Now then, these are the quilter's roll clips. Now, when you are quilting your quilts, obviously you're working on this sort of size area underneath your needle. What happens to the rest of the quilt? Well, you can roll it, you can stuff it, you can do whatever you need to do, but a lot of people find these clips incredibly useful. So what you would do is you roll your quilt up and then clip these on over the roll, and it will hold that roll firm. Now, 2 of them is enough to hold the quilt where you're working. But if you're working on a big quilt, you might like to clip beyond that, in which case get yourself a couple of packs. But 1 pack, 2 clips is certainly enough to get you started. And as I say, they're used, I'll just show you actually on the packaging. You can see how they're attached over the roll. It's rolled up, and then you'll be working on the flat area here. That's your quilter's clips from So Easy. Always worth trying these things, especially they're actually very low cost, and try them because it can make all the difference. Now, next up, we are going to be doing some rotating cutting mats. Now, I've got a big tub here. So, we're rotating first. Great. This is why we don't ever store our cutting mats bent, because they will distort, okay? So I'm just going to pop them to one side. Thanks, Dan. Here's one we didn't bend earlier. It happens to all of us. I've ruined cutting mats in the past. I left one in my car once in the sunshine and it ended up like this. But rotating cutting mats, now I always like to tell the story of Deputy Joan. Deputy Joan, you would think, had got every kind of tool over the years, but when she saw rotating cutting mats, she's like, gotta have one, and she loves it. So this is the 18-inch square, brilliant quality, really solid. Now let me just show you, on the back, you've got this non-skid surface. So when this is on the table, it is really firm. It's easier to move the table than to actually move the mat, okay? So that's fab. And as a static mat, you've got locks on the back. If I click all of these inwards, I've now got the rotating, okay? So now it will rotate, which means that I can put my fabric on, I can trim one edge, then I can rotate the mat, and I can cut without disturbing the fabric. We use them all the time at Sewing Street. They are absolutely fantastic. These pieces do come completely apart, so never feel like you've broken your cutting mat because these two pieces came apart. Just pop it back in place. You can click it back in, and there we go. So great as a fixed or rotating. This is the pink, 18 inches by 18 inches. This is the larger size that we do. Thanks, Dan. I've also got the same in the very traditional green. This is real kind of like snooker baize green, isn't it? There we go. It's that colour that we're all used to. Now, my advice is always, even though you've got all the squares and marks on the mat, is always to use the markings on your ruler, not your mat. But they are there if you like to use them. But this is the green 18-inch square, exactly the same principle. 4 locks on the back, rotates through 360 degrees, and then you can just lock it. Right, so that's the green. Okay, now next up, I've got a really handy starter set. Starter set or workshop set, caravan set. You know, you're going away to stay with friends and you just want something small to take with you. So you won't believe the price. You won't believe the price. You're getting a mat, a ruler and a rotary cutter for under £20. And what you get here, this is fabulous. Gosh, I wish I'd had this when I started. And at that price too. You've got your cutting mat. This one's 11 inches by 17 inches. You've got your 6.5 by 12.5 rotary cutting ruler. That's amazing value. Amazing value, because we have now how much is our other one, our Creative Grids? 6.5 by 12.5 ruler. You've also got your rotary cutter, soft grip, 45mm. Any 45mm blade will fit this. Retractable, you've got your guard there. I think that's incredibly good value for under £20. If you want to encourage somebody to start quilting, if you're always losing your stuff, Creative Grids version, 6.5 by 12.5, is £23.99 for the ruler. And obviously you've got things like the grip around the outside and the gripper spots on Creative Grids, but you could always get yourself a can of Grippy and give the back a little spray. But I think that's incredible value. Cutting mat, double-sided, and your 6.5 by 12.5 ruler. I think everyone needs to have a 6.5 by 12.5 inch ruler. Fat quarters, scrap quilting, smaller pieces, and a spare rotary cutter. To get all of those for under £20, amazing. Absolutely amazing. Loads and loads of you with that in your baskets. Christine says, morning, Stuart. Every day is a celebration when you're on Sewing Street. Looking fabulous as always. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you so much. Thank you. It is also National Smoke and Mirrors Day, so I'm that's lovely. Thank you. Now, Jill says, Stuart, when will we see your new fabric with Lewis and Irene on Sewing Street? Yes, Indian Summer. Very soon, very soon. Currently making samples with it. Can't wait, can't wait. Now, the book that we started with, if you are maybe just starting out on your patchwork journey, or you've been doing it for years and you've got loads of scraps and you need some inspiration, this is 21 patch quilts to make. This is from Carolyn Forster. It's a brand new book. You can't buy it anywhere else until the 11th of April. So you've already got, you know, a few weeks run on this. You get 20 different scrap quilting patterns in here. And it really is a fab book. You've got your tools and materials. You've got how to use templates, how to stitch the patches, and how to complete a quilt. And then you've got full-size templates for 20 different shapes and 20 different scrap quilts. Very, very cleverly put together. It's a great little book, amazing value as well, for just $6.99. Jill says, morning, Stuart. Bringing back memories with finger bobs. Oh, gosh, yes, I used to love that. Really inspiring. And Carolyn Forster is a terrific designer. Carol from Cambridge says, oh, morning, Stuart. What's the best way to clean your cutting mat to clear the bits of fabric that get caught in the cuts? That's a really, really good question. If anyone's got any tips as well, do get those in as well. You can answer the questions too. I use just a damp kitchen cloth. I just use a damp kitchen, like a white kitchen cloth, bit damp, and then I just, you know, kind of scrub against it and all the bits come out. Either that or something like a microfiber cloth. That will remove the bits as well. But the thing to do is just also keep in mind that even self-healing cutting mats, if you use your mat to measure with, you're probably going to be cutting on the same lines over and over and over again. Don't use your mat to measure, use your ruler to measure. That way you can cut anywhere on your mat. It will last longer. You won't get those deep cuts, those damaged cuts that trap fibres as well, and it will all work out better in the end if you do that. Use both sides of your mat as well. If you're not using your mat for measuring, you can use the metric or the inch side. Hope that helped. Right, okay. Yes, the ultra thimble. So what you get here, if you're a hand sewer, even if you just hand sew your binding, you get a little one metal flat thimble. Well, it's slightly domed to go on your finger. And then you get these reusable sticky pads. So basically you stick that to your finger and then you stick the thimble and it will hold on. So if you don't like wearing a thimble, you can't find one to fit, you've got really long nails or something like that, or you just find them a bit sweaty and uncomfortable, try this. You get these little adhesive tabs. You can use these more than once, but you can get replacement pads. Right. Oh, cutting mat answers, thank you. Morning, Stuart. I use a pencil rubber to get the cutting mat scraps off. Fiona, that's brilliant. That's a really clever idea. I use an eraser to clean the fibres. That's Linda. This seems to be the general consensus. Use an eraser. I soak my mat flat in a bath with warm water and a squirt of fairy. Thank you, Sally. Love that. Little bath, little bedtime bath. They do get grubby. They do get grubby. Morning, Stuart. I clean my cutting mat with a pencil eraser. Open brackets, rubber. That's a good one. That is a good one. I like that. I like that. But trust me, if you don't keep making the cuts in the same place, you will find that happens a lot less anyway. Right, Hemline Gold cutting mat. That is here. I love the Hemline Gold. I've got the big version of this in my studio. It's a really good mat. This one, rather than being self-healing, is cut resistant. So it's quite a hard surface. I love it. Also, just love the look of it as well. It's really cool. $13.99? Not today, it isn't. Watch this. This is a bargain. Under £10. $9.99 for this. Oh, Hannah. 2 crashes. Fair enough. $7.99. Well, there you go. That's a no-brainer for me. Marks on both sides. Metric on one. Inches on the other. Now, I do occasionally, I don't measure with it very formally, but for example, if I'm checking a zip, I can just, you know, oh, great, okay. You know, I can do it like that. But, yeah, a little visual guide is useful, but it's a super mat, absolutely super. As I say, I'm using this in my studio at the moment, the larger version. It's also really useful, actually, to have a second mat just for when you're cutting things like border strips or longer strips that won't fit on your mat. You can pop this on the end, and then you've just got that extra length. Oh, lots of you multi-buying these at $7.99. Why not? Why not? It's a great buy, isn't it? Absolutely amazing value. Keep going through for that, won't you? Keep going through. Now, I've got some bobbin mates. Oh, thank you. Ah. Oh, yes, the bobbin boats. The bobbin boats. So this is all about storing your bobbins. $17.99. So you get 3. And they are silicone. So basically you can clip loads of bobbins into each one to stop them rolling around, to organise them, to keep them all together. Cute, aren't they? Really cute. Very stylish. Now, something I always used to take along to quilt classes, and people would always like, oh, I need one of those, I need one of those. It's a Hera marker. So a Hera marker, and this is Clover as well, so you know it's amazing quality. You basically, you use it to mark lines on fabric. So it effectively is a sort of a creasing tool. So you can use them in paper crafting. This is made for fabric. And what you would do is, say for example, you wanted to mark a straight seam line. You can put like a hem, you can put a ruler on your fabric, use the Hera marker to effectively score down the ruler, and you will have this perfect fold. If you want to do something like cross-hatching, quilting, you can mark lines on your quilt using your Hera marker, but it doesn't actually leave any mark. It's just a little crease in the fabric, a little dip that you then stitch in. It's a very, very clever way of marking fabric. Very clever indeed. And I love anything that avoids sort of putting ink or pencil or chalk into fabric, because there's always a risk, isn't there, that it won't come out. Whereas with a fine crease in your fabric that you're stitching in, I mean, perfect. Now, if you've bought anything else today, this is a time to buy these little things that are going to make a big difference. You might have thought about buying a hero marker before, but not really been able to justify the P&P. Well, if you've bought anything else today, get it in your basket. Single figures left on this. If you want to get the hero marker, you can use it in paper folding as well. Paper crafting, that's really useful. And it's also a really good one for foundation paper piecing as well. When you're folding back your paper, you put this on top and then fold the paper back. That's your hero marker. Seam roller. Ah, yes. I've also got the Magic Seam Wand out as well. So these are two different tools that you can use for pressing seam allowances. Let's do the Seam Wand first. This is the June Taylor Seam Wand. Now, I was hunting high and low last week. I was making my Bloomsbury bag in PU faux leather, which of course you can't iron. You need something to be able to press the seams down. Magic Seam Wand, great. So you've got this flat surface here to press your seam. You can also use this for things like foundation paper piecing, regular pressing of general fabric, really useful. The other thing that you can do with this is, of course, wood will hold the heat. So if you get your iron nice and hot and then rub this on the surface of the iron to get it nice and warm, and then you can go in and press with it if you want to add a bit of heat as well, but to a fabric you know that you couldn't iron. I think it's lovely. Very nice. But we've also got the seam roller, which I think is particularly good for things like vinyl and PU, faux leather. So this is £6.99, and you've got a nice comfy handle, and you've got a wheel, basically. So what you'll do is you'll sew your seam, and then you roll along it. And it will create a really nice firm crease or press in fabric without any heat at all. I think Jenny Jackson is a big fan of these. Jenny Jackson in tomorrow, of course, and the lovely Lynn Goldsworthy. Oh, I've got a fine old weekend for you, I really do. I really do. All the treats. Now then, lots and lots of magic clips. Oh, gosh, they are, aren't they? Oh. Let me just see what I've got here. Let's start with big magic clips. Yep, the code ends 26, yeah. Right, so these are the big magic clips. So you have got easy to read markings for seam allowances. So I think what a lot of us don't spot on even the plastic clips is there are little lines on them to mark different size seam allowances. So you can use this to measure out your seam allowance when you're sewing, and it's fine for the presser foot to go over the top of this. So these are the large clips. These would be really good for something like sewing binding onto quilts, for holding the binding in place. You get 12 clips in total, which I think is more than enough to clip down one side of even a large quilt. £18.99 for those. There's various different sizes actually. There's mini, there's extra small, there's different size packs as well. So you can get the large clips in a pack of 6 if you prefer. Got all sorts. So many different clips. If you've managed to get yourself a scrapbook today, make your postage and packing really work hard for you today. Get those little bits, some clips, some pins, some needles. We're going to go to a break now. When we come back, I'm joined by Alistair MacDonald with House of Alistair, and his fabulous wool pressing mats are back in stock. Use the break to pick yours and check out your baskets.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops, absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take the tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together using the longest stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius. Simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated, and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Tune in for the launch this Wednesday for Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street, and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy, just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click gift cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Do you know, it's like we planned this.
Well, I looked in my suitcase and I thought, what's closest to
Neutrals,
yours?
neutrals.
Yes.
I just want neutrals, Alistair.
Yeah.
Alistair MacDonald, everybody, from House of Alistair. He's back. We've got so many gorgeous fabrics. Now, we're going to get to them for a little while. So my top tip is, if you're in the mood for some gorgeous scuba, you want to make your own jeggings, if you want to get some fabulous scuba suede, yes, suedette, absolutely amazing. Also, we've got some really lovely kind of like jersey, t-shirting, sweatshirting as well. Have a look on the website. Just keep in mind, 1 unit is 1 metre. Right, Alistair, you launched the most incredible... Now I love my House of Alistair original wool pressing mat. I love it. I love it. I use it all the time. I take it to my workshops. But last time you came, we launched this Rolls Royce of pressing mats. This is absolutely beautiful and with a very special price. Now this is the Master Tailor. This is the size of a very large ironing board. Beautiful wool. Should be $99.99. Your price today is $79.99.
Yeah.
For all the viewers at home who've never seen this kind of wool pressing mat, what are the benefits?
I call this magic wool. So this is a very specific one that tailors and couturiers have used for hundreds and hundreds of years. So a tailor or a couturier only stands at their desk and they do everything on there. They press, they sew, they put the rivets, all sorts of things on there. This is like a conductor. So wool is a natural conductor, but not every wool is the same. So this wool here, when you're pressing your seams on it, it creates crisp, really flat seams.
Incredibly flat,
yeah.
Incredibly crisp.
So it's not like on your ironing board. So for instance, the reflective ironing boards, for instance, the reason why they're designed like that is so the steam gets penetrated back up. That's not what you want, especially when you're doing quilting or you're wanting to set seams, you're wanting the seams to lie extremely flat. You don't want the heat coming back out. What the actual mat does is it draws the heat into itself, so it's like acting like a suction board, so it's drawing the heat inside. It's great for taking on holiday. It's great for if you're just ironing, if you've got a top and you're away and you're in a hotel room and you just want to quickly run over it, this will create really flat, crisp fabric.
Yeah.
Even if you're just pressing your fabric on before you're doing your cutting,
Exactly.
it is crisp and really, really clear.
I mean, for things like pressing your patchwork units, pressing your blocks or your rows as well, this is kind of like row length as well, isn't it? It's huge.
Yeah.
Wide, long, it just gives you so much pressing surface. And I used to think, Alistair, you know, that like a thickly padded, bouncy ironing board was what I wanted. But actually, it's the last thing I want. I want a flat, hard surface to iron on. And this is what this provides me with.
This is exactly what this.
It's exactly, you know.
I think someone's having an altercation next door.
Oh, they're always very shouty.
Yes.
It's the perfect surface. It really, really is.
It is the perfect surface, but also, so for instance, you touched on a few different things there. The really thick ones, which when they came out, they are untreated sort of like natural wool. Now it's got a lot of the lanolin. A lanolin is an oil that comes with the hair. It's used in a lot of cosmetics, and literally they're so thick they give off an odour which you just can't really get away.
Can that oil burn?
It can burn, yeah. All oil can. It can also stain. Also, the pressing mats themselves, for instance, you will over time, you'll get scorch marks and then they'll go a bit brown. These won't. You can put these in the washing machine. You can.
Oh, can you?
Yeah. So you can put them in the washing machine. You just treat them as wool. Get an old pillowcase.
Yeah.
You don't need to go and buy one of those fancy nets. And literally bung it in that and put it on a wool wash. And then let it dry naturally. With all wool products, let them dry naturally. Don't try and accelerate the drying process. Also, as well, in the summer, everyone thinks, oh, I can hang everything outside. Be careful with your wools when you're doing that, because what it does is, in the tailor and couturier, what we actually do, we actually use heat and steam to actually retract the wool to make it tighter.
And shape it.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you can really, really so tailors do a lot with an iron. So as soon as you go outside and there's a little bit of moisture, wool grows. It has a memory, it goes back to where it is.
Okay.
And that's why a lot of people bring their Savile Row suits back to the tailor to have them reset.
I always learn so many interesting things from you, Alistair. That's really cool. Over a third of the stock is in baskets. Do remember to check out your baskets. This is a real kind of treat yourself purchase, and you won't be sorry, you won't regret it, because they are amazing. You gave me one of your wool pressing mats, I remember. Do you remember? It was years ago, and I still use it all the time. I love the fact that it's so portable. I love the fact that you can roll it up, fold it up, put that into your suitcase, and you've got your pressing surface.
Yeah, it doesn't weigh an awful lot. The reason we were asked for years, do you do a bigger mat? Because essentially, if I just pull this mat out, so this is my mat that I've got. So this is my sewing machine. Now, if I was to put the sewing machine, because it acts like a table protector as well, so if I put the sewing machine directly on the mat, I've only got this area here, whereas with the master tailor, you've got almost like 3 mats in length. So it means you can put it out on your table and you've got it. Now, I wouldn't suggest that I always say this, that if you've got your posh walnut dining room table or something, I wouldn't take the chance of ironing directly on that, even with using the mat, just in case. But I use it on my kitchen table. I use it on the kitchen work surfaces at home. I use it in the studio, and we iron directly onto the table. And it means you're being more effective when you're actually working, because you're working in one space. You're not constantly getting up, going to the iron. You're not pressing all those. And you've got a really lovely workspace to do. But again, it's so portable. We will, because these have been so popular, we will produce these in the black with the cream trim, but they will be than £99.
Yeah.
So take advantage of this introductory
Yes,
offer.
$79.99. It's a fantastic saving. It really is. 20%. 20%. Fab. Keep checking out your baskets on that, won't you? Don't miss out. You're making a £20 saving today. And I don't have many. I've got low double figures of this.
We only
Keep
have what
going
we've got
through.
left. Also to mention on these mats are handed down from master tailor to apprentice. Some of these mats on Savile Row are over 100 years old.
Amazing.
So the wool, this is something that when you purchase it, you're buying once. The other mats that you can get out there, some of them have the recycled foam on the back.
Yeah.
They have a very thin layer of wool over the top, and they're not actually that cheap either.
Oh, no.
What actually happens when you actually put heat and steam on that, it's almost like underlay they've put on the bottom. That will deteriorate. You'll buy again. This one you buy once, and it's an investment.
Oh, I mean,
but
it's like my House of Alistair pressing mat. I've had it for years. I've been using it for years. It's great. I've got through so many ironing boards in the same time. Morning, Stuart and Alistair. This is Julie, who's in Somerset. I always learn so much when Alistair is. Me too. Looking great, both of you. Julie in sunny Chard.
Oh, and I do have to do a little shout out as well.
Go ahead.
So our lovely Yodel drivers, so I have two, Simon and also Warren.
Okay.
Now, unfortunately, both of them have been slightly under the weather. Warren is now out of hospital.
Good.
You may have realised at home that some of your orders have been taking a little longer to get through.
Okay.
So obviously, because I can't announce this any other way. However, we've got some agency drivers, so just bear with us, just because both our regular drivers.
Oh, we'll get all
are not
soon.
But please, Warren might be actually watching. He does like to see why he's picking up all these packages.
Morning, Warren.
Yeah, but he gives it to Simon for the first day because he knows that literally it's like sacks and sacks and sacks. So he's.
Exactly. Now, last time you were in, we
Yes.
had the original pressing mat and it completely sold out. Brilliant news. We're back in stock. Already lots of you checked out on this. If you want to get the original wool pressing mat, $32.99. This is still a really useful size.
It's still a really useful size. If you do classes, this is an ideal one for you to take, and you will be the envy of everybody at your
Agreed.
class. Also, just make sure, if everyone wants to sort of have a go with it, make sure they're not using any interfacings or sticky on it.
Right.
Because you will be so mad at them. Don't take it to a WI group, that's all I'm saying. Fair warning there.
Well, you've got to look after your investments, haven't
Exactly.
you? You know, you have got to look after your investments. So perhaps embroider your name on yours as well.
Yes.
Yeah. Encourage your friends to get them. Encourage your friends to buy one.
And just to be frank, so literally this, if you do go to one of these, I'm not saying that all WIs are like this. Obviously, Kim Sullivan
should hope
Whitby
not.
Bay is pretty much like that. But literally, once that's folded up, that can easily just go in a handbag.
Yeah.
And then it's gone, and then you're thinking, who's taking my mat? And it's like, oh, I
It's in your handbag, Alistair.
yeah.
There you go. Brilliant. I mean, I always take mine. And I do love the fact, you know, because other wool pressing mats tend to be very thick, rigid. You certainly can't fold them. This one you can roll, you can roll, you can fold, you can concertina. And, you know, when it comes out the other end, you can just flip it open and it's back in use.
Yeah. For instance, the other that you've tapped on another good point there. So, for instance,
have I?
Yeah, you have, because of the fluidity of this mat. For instance, imagine you've got one table, and some people have got a flat, and you don't have an awful lot of space. If you are working and you just need to do a bit of pressing, and you just want that bit, you've got that on the table. You haven't had to move the entire table.
That's a very good point.
You've got that; it drapes over the table. Those ginormous, really thick mats.
Yes.
You've got to clear the space to get a flat surface to put it on. This, you can just use that. You could just fold it over. You could just have it half. You could even have it on the quarter, make it even small. It's just so easy to use.
Yeah. So I could keep my plate of cakes there. I don't have to move them.
You don't have to move them. You don't have to
Brilliant.
think, oh, I can have my mug of tea there. I'm not going to, you know, spill it over. Because
Very important
I know
point.
someone that did use those rigid mats, and the tea went everywhere because obviously it's a solid thing and it just like knocked it. Whereas I'm not saying it won't happen with this one, but
A lot less likely.
Loss.
Yeah, I
Lots
love
less
mine.
likely.
I love mine. Take it everywhere. Carol's asked, can the black mat be washed?
It can. Put it on a wool wash, treat it as wool, put it in a pillowcase, and...
Would you use something like Wool Light or, like a wool safe washing liquid or?
Well, my personal preference, I've never adhered to using a particular, specific wool detergent.
Okay.
I've just used what I have at home.
Fair enough.
A non-biological one, I would suggest. To be honest, when you're washing these, even just a little bit of fabric conditioner, you don't actually really need, because it's not something that's going against the skin. It's not something that's going to get soiled and dirty from perspiration. So I would just use a mild detergent, even Fairy Liquid. And in fact, in the theatre world...
Was it a splash of Fairy that we had earlier on? A splash of Fairy? Nothing wrong with that.
Well, we always like a little splash of Fairy, but actually, in the theatre, when we're laundering the costumes, Fairy Liquid is one of the go-to things that we actually use to wash the actual
Well, I have
garments.
used it to wash garments before now, when I haven't got. So there you go, Splash of Fairy, brilliant. Okay, great. It's the watchword for the day. Loads and loads of you coming in for that. Now, do be aware that when everyone's checked out their baskets, I've got single figures left on the original black pressing mat. It is wool, it is luxury, it is couture.
Yep.
We'll love it. We'll love it. Now, if you want to get the Master Tailor, again, when you've all checked out your baskets, fewer than 20 left, this is the big one. So this is, definitely bigger than my large ironing board, but you can use this on some tables, can't you?
Yep, I literally, I use it on all of my work surfaces. Remember, this is wool. Now, it's not a overly thick wool, but what this actually does is this, although it conducts the heat through, you will feel heat residue underneath, but you're not going to get that scorch heat coming through.
Got you, yes.
You can use it with steam if you want to.
Mm-hmm.
I use a dry iron with mine just because I get crisper seams with that. You won't necessarily have to use spray starch, depending on the fabric that you're using. You won't even have to use a spritz bottle on most of fabrics that you're doing, because it has an even, with this, when the heat goes on from the iron, it disperses, so you get an even heat transfer as well.
Really good whether you're a dressmaker, bag maker, quilter, any of those things, or even just taking it on holiday. And this is such a big pressing surface, isn't it?
Yeah, and again, this is a mat that, for instance, if you've got a son or daughter who is also an avid sewer, you'll be able to literally, when you've maybe hung up your shears and you've decided you don't want to do that type of craft and you want to spend more time in your garden or what have you, or start taking up chocolate making or whatever it is that you decide to do. Or baking.
I'm never giving it. I know what you mean. I know where this is heading.
Yeah.
You can pass it on.
You can pass it on. I was saying it in a nice way, ruining my moment.
We all know what you meant.
All
Alistair.
right, we're all going to pass one day. I wasn't wanting to say it in that way. I was trying to...
No, it's true. It's true. Right, let's talk Vliseline tapes.
Yes.
I'm a big fan of all that sort of, the bits and bobs, what I call the white stuff that you see in haberdasheries. It's all on rolls. It all looks the same, but it all does different jobs. And it almost feels, Alistair, like secret knowledge that a lot of people just haven't got. And it means that we don't use some of these amazing products. You've brought us a sort of sample pack of 4 different types of Vliseline tape, but most importantly, with an educational sheet written by Kim, who's a brilliant educator. Tell us about this.
So you're getting 4 different packs in this tip. Now, this is the white version. We do have a black version, which we will bring next time with us, but you're getting seam tape in here, you're getting bias tape, you're getting edge tape, and you're also getting stretch fix. So these tapes are a bit of a game changer. So especially because we've got jersey fabrics, these tapes, they're very, very easy to use. The biggest tip that we can give you is because they are white or or black or what have you, when you actually get these, sometimes it's very difficult to decipher. So each pack you're getting 5 meters, so it's a decent sized
Really decent amount.
blister pack. I'm just having trouble getting
So
this
mostly
in.
you're going to use these in dressmaking, I suppose, aren't you? They're mostly for dressmakers.
Yeah, but also you can use these in, for instance, your craft making if you're making clothes for dolls and that type of thing. Now, this is how it looks when it comes out. So this tape. So I'll just describe what we use this tape for. So, for instance, if you're using jersey, now you'll
Which
notice.
tape is this one?
So,
is this Stretch Fix?
This is the seam tape.
Okay.
So if we're using jerseys, and we'll do a demonstration in a second with this one, sometimes when you cut out jersey, you'll see that jersey, because it's a knitted fabric, it starts to roll, and it starts to, it wants to curl. And you'll notice with a lot of other, like for instance there, the edges, it naturally wants to curl back up on itself. Now, a lot of people get put off by using jersey because they just think, oh, I just don't have the control.
Yeah.
What you do with this, now, when you run your fingers over, one of them will feel gritty or a bit like a light sandpaper.
Yeah, a bit rough.
Or an emery board. So the smooth side is the bit that you iron on. The rough side is the bit that you adhere the glue to. And all you need to do is on your pattern piece, and we'll demonstrate this in a second, you just literally go round all of the edges of your entire piece that you cut out.
So you put it on the wrong side?
So you put it on the wrong side. So what we would do is we would stick it literally right on the edge. And what that
when you
does...
say stick, do you do it with an iron?
You do it with an
iron.
iron.
You iron it on, yep.
So you iron it on, and you iron it all the way around your pattern piece. You can go around the armholes, you can do curves. This tape, when you start to put it on, I'll show you in a second, but you will be able to go round in curves, you'll be able to do all sorts. Don't worry if you get some slight little pleats in there, because it will all disappear when you sew it. What it does is it keeps your work really nice and flat. The top tip with this, on the day which you're cutting your pattern pieces out, put the tape on that day.
Do it straight away.
Yeah, do not cut it out and then leave it. By all means, mark it all out and put your tissue on and stuff like that, but on the actual day you cut it out, put it. The other one that we'll demonstrate and quickly talk about is...
So that's the seam tape. So you get 5 metres of that in the pack.
You get 5 meters of that one in the pack, and you also get our bias tape. Now this is a real game changer. This one. This will work with your silks. It will work with any neckline that you're actually doing.
Okay.
Now again, the day you cut the garment out is the day you should put this on.
Okay.
Unless you've left it flat on a desk, but obviously if you're rolling it up. The benefit of doing that on the day that you cut it is that your garment pieces aren't going to stretch out of shape. Necklines, for instance, will grow. So once you've cut it out, if you haven't stabilised it somehow, in couture we use a cotton stay tape and we put that on, and it just gives a bit of stability on the actual collar itself. With this, it has the rough side, which is the sticky. It's sort of like, on the black one it's easier to see, but it has this sort of like glow. The other side is completely and utterly matte. It also has this stitch line here, and that stitch line, as I pull it there, adds some rigidity to your actual
So it's almost
neckline.
like stay stitching that you iron on.
That you iron on, exactly.
Clever.
So you don't have to use like a cotton tape. It also means that you have a lot more control over where you're actually going.
Yeah.
But the real benefit of this, when you actually apply your bias binding, my God, does it look beautiful when you put it on. It just gives it such a beautiful,
I suppose all of these things are what give you the edge, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yes, you can make a garment in jersey without using the edge tape, but you can struggle, your results might not be as great, and you know, if you want that polish, if you want that beautiful finish to your garments that really sets them apart, these are an absolute boon. So in the bundle, you are getting 4 different types of tape. You get your flexible seam tape, you get your edge tape, you get Stretch Fix, and you get bias tape as well. And effectively, your edge tape is for stabilising straight edges of shoulders, fronts of jackets and coats, so kind of openings down the front where you might get stretch there. Now, stretch fix tape is for soft hem construction in garments made from a stretchy fabric. It maintains the elasticity of the fabric and it's ideal for light and medium fabrics. Your seam tape flexible is ideal for lightweight elastic or bias cut fabrics, and then your bias tape is perfect for securing and finishing off all rounded and diagonal edges. We have a question. This is from Tracy, who's in Lincolnshire. Alistair, would it be better to iron on the tape around the cutting lines before cutting out the pattern? Thank you.
Well, you can do that if you wish, but my biggest thing that I would probably say to you, Tracy, is because you're dealing with, say for instance, in fact, actually, I'm going to answer this question because I've got it here in front of me. So this is the fabric that I've just done. I've just quickly drawn out a quick bodice here with a neckline that we're going to double up and we're going to cut out in a second. This is a hulking great big piece of fabric. And sometimes if you've got a patterned fabric, you will have the actual pattern right side up when you're marking it out, so you're getting the placement the way you want it. So to actually put the tape on before you cut it out, because your markings might be on the right side, that would be a wee bit difficult.
True.
But if you're doing with both right sides folded, and you're cutting on the double. If you're cutting on the singular, you can do either way. However, you're going to be moving a huge piece of fabric around, still attached, and you don't need all of that fabric.
Got you.
You're going to reduce the weight, and it just means that cut it out and then put the tape on would be my thing. You can do it the other way if you wanted to, but I would say you're not going to end up in such a pickle.
And keep in mind, when you're applying the tape, you're using an iron anyway. So if it's curling over a bit, you can just use your iron just to push it out flat and then apply your tape.
Yeah.
So cut out your garment first, then apply your tape.
I would cut out the garment first and then apply the tape. And that's why I say to make sure that you, on the day of cutting, my rule of thumb is that I would always apply the tape there and then, unless you've cut it out and you've let the garment lie very, very flat.
Do your cutting, do all your prep work one day, and then it's quite nice, isn't it? It's very relaxed then the next day, just to take everything out and you're just sewing, you're just constructing. A message from Teddy, who's in Greater London. While I'm getting a cutting mat, I popped some House of Alistair extra wide cotton into my basket to make myself some wraparound trousers. Teddy, I want to make myself some of those as well. You know, the ones that tie there and then you pull it through the legs and round and then tie again. I want to make them, but I can't find a pattern, Teddy. What pattern are you using? I need to know. I need to know, please.
Well, I'm sure Teddy is going to be I'm sure Teddy will email back in.
Hope so,
or sorry, email might be a bit too, I don't know, text or something like that.
You can do all of those.
I'm so behind.
You can send a message on Facebook. You can do it on the Facebook.
It's just at the theatre, no one calls anyone or actually just comes up to you and go, oh, could you help, where have you? It's all on devices.
Oh,
and
really?
I'm sort of like, what? Where? How?
Oh, I'm a bit old school. I just shout. Christine says, hi, Alistair. Thanks for that explanation. I was wondering where my order from February was. Happy to wait. Hope the drivers get better soon. Oh, yeah, they're a bit poorly at the moment. Christine says, hi, Alistair. Hi, Christine, by the way. I haven't said good morning to you yet. So, you've cut out the bodice.
So I've cut out the bodice, and this is going to be my sort of mock neckline. And we will...
Remember, you get white in the bundle.
So the white in the bundle. And
but white's good for any colour, isn't it? You can still use the white.
Yeah, white is absolutely perfect and good for absolutely everything. So all I'm doing is, what I like to do is I just like to press, just adhere very, very lightly, just in the corner.
Sort of anchoring it there.
Yeah, so exactly, that's a great word to describe it. So I'm just, in this, I don't think it's hot enough. We'll just let that heat up a bit. So whilst that anchor it there, it just means that then I can use this hand to then guide it around the corner. And then I've got more control because it's already sort of like pinned or stuck into that corner.
Do you put this on the wrong side of the fabric, Alistair?
Always put it on the wrong side.
yeah.
Because if you were, so you wouldn't French seam jersey. You would overlock it as a finish, but you wouldn't necessarily French seam jersey. But just because jersey just adds an extra layer of bulk. Gosh, that person next door is having a lot of fun. Yeah, I'll just pop in there and just sort of like go, oi. But anyway, so you can see here it's going on really easy. Now, just take your time, make sure your iron is set at the appropriate setting for your fabric. Because sometimes you don't want to use a cotton setting and you end up with your fabric half melted onto your iron. That would be a big no-no. So I've just gone around, and I've just taken that. So what we'll do, now the good thing about that, so that actually, that's a mistake that I've done. So the good thing about this tape, the iron's still not quite hot enough. So don't worry if it's gone like that, because the good thing about this tape is you can piece the tape. So you're not actually going to waste any of the tape itself at all. Let's just whack it up a little notch. So you can see that there, that actually, I cut that piece off, and then all I'm going to simply do, so I'm not going to be wasting any of my tape at all, I'm just going to start again at that point, and I just want to give it a couple of mil overlap. And because the tape is nice and fine, so before I go right the way to that edge, I'm just going to cut the tape. And I will sort this iron out in a second, but you're getting the general gist. And it's just, this is when TV goes horribly wrong.
Oh, no, not at all. It's good to see, actually, what happens if, you cut it too short or something like that happens, because this happens in the real world. We break needles, we cut things out wrong. We all do it.
So we're just making sure that that's warm enough. Is this not? Right.
I don't use a pattern. It's just two big squares with a U cut into them for the crotch seam. Teddy and okay.
Right, we're cooking. I think we're cooking on gas now, as we like to say. Right, so you can see that is nice and flat now. That's not one. The actual bias tape isn't going to want to curl up either.
Right.
But you can see there that it's not going to curl.
No.
That's going to give me a really nice edge.
And that's really stabilised it too, hasn't it?
And also, this is much finer than in a couture tote we would use a really fine cotton tape, but even sometimes when you're putting that, it adds bulk into the seam. This alleviates any bulk. It's kept it really, really nice and flat. And when I attach my bias binding, it's going to give me a really lovely result.
Yeah.
If you pan to the very end garment, right at the end, you can see that I've actually used some of the bias tape on the very last one, and you can see then I've just attached the bias binding. Now with the seam tape, so you can see just with cutting this out, it's getting a little bit unruly, and then we simply just need to use, and again you can overlap this. So again, I'm just using my fingers for touch, and then I'm just going to put just pop that on. Now, you don't want to have any steam on. And how do I turn... Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Was that up? Or have I just turned it on?
Yeah, that's the steam off.
That's the steam off. We're getting there, folks. We're getting there. It's all this technology. It's bamboozling me. So literally, again, when you just adhere it on here. Now, Visaline's golden rule with all these tapes and their interfaces and stuff, there is a 20-minute rule. Now, if you don't adhere to the 20-minute rule, you'll get a knock on the door and it'll be Kim Solomon banging your door down, telling you. Now, the reason for that is you want the glue to cool. You want the glue to adhere, and you want it to be permanently there.
Yeah.
If you do that now, and the best thing to do is, as Kim says, is walk away. If you do not do that, then you will run the risk of, because you're fiddling with it and you're working with it, you're going to destabilize
Debond
the
it.
tape. Yeah. So it's well worth you just going. Now we'll just go round an armhole just to show you how easy it is, and then again with my fingers I can get the correct side. And
Because Fran was asking on Facebook actually for some tips for working with jersey for a first timer, and this, we've got some jersey coming up actually, Fran, which would be ideal for making your own t-shirts. And things like using this tape that Alistair's using now. This is the edge tape from Vliesleen. You get a 5-metre pack of that in with your bundle, and this will stop the edges curling. I remember the first time I worked with jersey, having only worked with sort of stable cottons really before, it was like, oh, what's happening? All these curly edges, what am I supposed to do? How on earth do I handle those? You iron this tape on, it keeps everything perfectly flat, and now when you're sewing this is just like sewing stable cotton. Sandra sent in a question from Norfolk. Morning, Stuart and Alistair. Loving both shirts this morning. This is why we do it. Does the stickiness in the tape affect the needles in the sewing machine?
No. You might sit on the fence with this, and I'm going to say something that possibly everybody out there will probably go, oh, you can't say that because everyone else says it. I never use a ballpoint needle when I'm working with jersey. I never have. My thing that I do with my industrial machine is I use a thinner, sharper needle, because it's a ballpark needle. I get the principle. It's like the tip of your finger. So any knitted garment, when you go in, what it does is it's starting to separate the fibres. So it sort of like glides off. A normal needle has a stabbing motion and it's stabbing through the work. However, if you use a fine needle, then you'll be able to work with the jersey. The one thing that I do with jersey is you either use, say, something like a walking foot or a Teflon foot. A Teflon foot with the Teflon just allows fabric and it allows it to glide more easily. A walking foot guides the fabric in, so the fabric's taken in to the jaws of the sewing machine, rather than, for instance,
good tips.
doing that. But I would suggest doing that.
This seam tape makes sewing jersey a much easier job. Right, we've got some lovely jerseys actually on the show. Let's have a look at those. Thank you for that, Alistair. Let's start. We've got this gorgeous light grey marl. This is beautiful. Now, remember, this is priced per metre.
Yep.
1 unit is 1 metre. So, can we just have a look and see how wide this is?
Yes, this is 150 centimetres wide. Now, all of House of Alistair's fabrics tend to be 150 centimetres wide or wider.
Yeah, really wide. So this is a metre?
This is 1 metre.
Gosh,
this is
you get a lot.
Yeah, so for instance, if you're doing, the cowl drape on here, really, really beautiful. It's got a lovely weight and body to it.
It has indeed.
It's got a lovely spring. And again, now the technical name for this type of colorization is called melange.
Melange. Love that.
So it's almost like a pitted sort of, it's almost like, for instance, you know, when you see like the TV screen goes a bit fuzzy, it's almost sort of like that kind of ilk, or running water type of thing, or ice, that type of thing.
Yeah, it feels gorgeous, really soft. What fibre content is this?
Right, so this is actually, you'll be interested to know, this is actually 100% polyester.
Really?
Now, this is a high-tech polyester.
Yeah.
Before, there has been a lot of snobbery around poly fabrics versus natural ones. when they initially came out, they weren't the best quality. However, all the high-tech ones, this is a high-tech one, this keeps your body hot and it keeps it cold. It lets it breathe. They're no longer the sort of like,
Feels
the really hot and
gorgeous.
sort of like thing. But this one, really beautiful. So this is your light grey.
That's the
Again,
melange.
if you're thinking about making some lounge pants for the house, you could make one of those sort of like draped tiered dresses.
I was going to say, dressing, that would be
maxi
really nice.
dress.
This isn't like, you know that sort of like thin jersey that you get for like cheap T-shirts?
Yeah.
This is a world away from that. This feels quality. It feels thicker. It's not like super thick. It's not like a sweatshirt, but this is definitely sort of like you know, if you've bought, occasionally, like a really high quality T-shirt, you can just feel that the fabric is thicker and better quality. This is that.
Yeah.
Yeah, lovely.
And again, these all go in the washing machine at 40 degrees or 30, and they take normal detergent. They're all colour fast, so you don't have to worry.
Fabulous.
So this is the slate grey that you've got.
Like that.
And again, now these are called loop back jersey. Now, this is a sign of a much better quality. So this means that this is a micro loop back on the actual reverse. So it is like it's a proper sweatshirting. It's not just a run of the mill jersey. They all have a brushed finish on the top. So that's why it feels all nice and silky and smooth.
Oh gosh, it is so soft. $14.99 for a metre. Now, good old, you can't beat this gorgeous kind of polar white.
Yep.
That is lovely.
It's really pretty. And again, you've got that really nice, fine loop back. This is great for your underpinning if you're making some little things. Because sometimes, actually, when you go out to the shops to look for something to put underneath a jacket and you can't quite get the right colour, or it's too thin, or it's too see-through, and then you think, oh, I'm going to have to wear a camisole under that, and then what have you. And then you end up with 16 different layers.
I'm just going to grab this, actually, because I think, although you've made this in scuba, I think this sort of idea with this gorgeous draped neckline, you could do that in this, couldn't you?
Yeah, this is our, so we've got the pattern for this as well. So this is our how-to drape front top. Now, this has a modesty screen, so it almost has a built-in cami.
Love that.
Right inside. Now, what you can do, when you're doing the pattern, you can actually make this the same as the front and the back. So you can have a cowl at the front and a cowl at the back if you wanted to. You can have the modesty section in here if you're using a knit and you want it more like a knit, but you've got your own camis to go underneath. You don't need to put the modesty screen in the thing.
Brilliant. The pattern's $7.99 for that top, by the way. Could you extend that into a dress?
Yeah, of course you
It
can.
was stretchy fabric.
So essentially, all you need to do with this is where the pattern cuts off, say at the waist, well, the hip area. All you need to do is you need to extend it down. Don't make it one giant tube.
Right.
Don't go down straight. What you want to do is you want to add, now you can do this in a few different ways. If you buy one of our other patterns, say for instance if you buy the Brigitte pattern, that will show you the flaring technique where you slash the pattern pieces and then you flare it out to get the actual volume. The reason for that is you're distributing the volume across the whole swing. If you only added it to the side and the side, what happens is you're putting all the volume at the side, and when it falls against the body, it will be flat at the front and you'll just have fabric and fabric. Whereas the best way to describe that is actually this.
Okay.
So if I was just to add the extra fabric, so if I was just to tilt the edge of the pattern piece here, I was just to add a vertical, diagonal line coming down, literally all I would get is all the volume
out the sides,
just at the sides. This would be very flat.
Yeah.
Whereas because we've used this slashing technique, you can see you've got these nice, beautiful pleats coming down, and it is nice and voluminous all the way around. So you're getting even volume.
It's fabulous. Right, back to jersey. This is the black. Can't go wrong with black. That's that's the black. Now, while we're talking about sort of form fitting, we've got some jegging fabric. We've got a sort of denim look, and then we've got like a sort of denim noir.
Yeah. No,
Let's go with the denim.
Now the denim, we only have what we've got left of
Okay.
this, and then once that is gone, I've tried to get a hold of it for this show, but
This
we've
is
got nothing
fab.
left.
So this is, it looks like denim, but this is like sort of stretchy. Again, this is almost like that kind of t-shirt jersey type fabric.
Yeah, it's great to work with. Give it a go. You know, don't
This is
be
fabulous.
Yeah, don't be too scared about actually working with these types of fabrics. You will find that, you know, even with the help of the tapes, but even when you're cutting this out, you do have a lot of control over it. My top tip with these types of fabrics, I'm a big one for basting rather than pinning. Pinning, you're putting a straight hard object into fabric which concaves all the fabric, whereas if you put an actual stitch in there, it gives
It's flexible.
Yeah, and it keeps it really nice and flat. So that
Loads of you multi-buying this, by the way. It's really cool. I've never seen anything like this before. It looks like denim, but it's completely stretchy and sort of t-shirt style, sweatshirt style. So you could do drapey top. But if you've ever fancied a sort of drapey top, look how it scrunches as well and the kind of gorgeous shapes it creates. Absolutely brilliant. Loads of you coming in for this. Remember, we cannot get any more of this. This is $11.99 per metre. So remember, for $11.99, you're getting a full metre. Right, next up, I've got the sort of denim noir, similar kind of idea,
Yeah.
but black, grey, charcoal.
Now with this is in our noir, so this is our charcoal version. Now, again, it is denim-esque, so you do have that almost like slight melange coming through there. But the best thing about this is that you can see there that's curling over. That's why the tapes are so fantastic. But you can actually see that as a two-tone, so you're just using the one fabric. You could block out this and you could actually make this. Jersey, and this is very good for draping. You can see here on this corner that it's actually taken on that shape.
Yeah, it's lovely.
It also means that it clings to your skin, but it doesn't overly cling. So it's not going to show, so for instance, if you've got Spanx on or something like that, and obviously Spanx can be a little bit tight.
Tell me about it.
We've all been there, and you sometimes when it goes over your leg, some fabrics will cling, and it shows every little lump and bump. Jersey just skims off. Scuba, we've got another reason why people should be working with Scuba as well.
I really like fabrics that skim. Now, we've all fallen in love with Scuba Suedette.
Yeah.
Now, this is incredible. We've got two different colours, this gorgeous soft rose pink and this delectable sort of Cabernet, aubergine, eggplant. We're going to start with the light pink. So tell me about this marvellous stuff. What's a Scuba?
So Scuba is, essentially, Scuba is a fabric that they would use for drying wetsuits. So it is a technical fabric, which you would use for, say, jet skiing, outfits, that type of thing.
In its original form.
Yeah, so the wetsuits, they use a thing called neoprene, which almost like a foam insert bonded back and front. This is not neoprene. This is Scuba. So the benefits of Scuba, it is a knitted fabric, but this has a suede finish on the top. Now,
really drapey and
it's
soft.
very, very drapey. This is
If
why
you thought, see, I've watched Sewing Bee. That was the first time I ever heard of Scuba, and I saw it in Sewing Bee, and I thought instantly wetsuit, thick, rubberized, clumpy. How on earth does that translate to dressmaking? But this is a gorgeous, fluid, soft, comfy fabric, breathable.
Breathable. It's got so many different. Uses. Scuba.
I mean, imagine a gorgeous tailored jacket and skirt in that for a wedding.
You can use it for your bag making. You can use it for all sorts. So, for instance, the naked eye, when somebody sees you walking into a room with this as a dress, they will think you've used Napa suede leather.
It is
And that
beautiful.
you have spent an absolute fortune.
We're very, very, very limited on this. I've only got 20 metres left of this. If you're buying this to make something like a dress, you want to get yourself 3 metres, don't you? 3.5.
Yeah.
4 metres maybe. I've only got 2 colours available. This is the pink. I've also got the aubergine.
Now, again,
Let's
with
get the
these two
aubergine.
fabrics, once the stock of this is gone, we will not be repeating it. We might eventually be able to bring another colour, but that's not actually anything that's coming to fruition anytime soon.
Now, Fran asks, scuba doesn't need to be figure hugging, does it? It's one of my concerns.
No.
You could do this circular skirt in scuba, couldn't you, for example?
Yep, so for instance, you can make the skirts. I've made the Brigitte top right at the end there.
Yeah.
Now, that's a
So
loose... So that's a loose fitting top. You can...
So this is in scuba?
Yeah, so this is actually
scuba.
a scuba. This is a printed scuba.
This strikes me as well, because Steph's asking about sort of beginners and jersey. Nothing to be afraid of, actually, with jersey, Steph. But this, to me, seems a way more stable, stretchy fabric
so
to use. So maybe this is where to start.
Yeah, so I would suggest using scuba. So the fashion industry took scuba on by storm, and you'll still see scuba in stores. The best thing about scuba, because it is slightly thicker, now I've got this on my arm here. You can see that there's no lumps and bumps there. You can't even see the knobble of my wrist, right? So if you've got things like cellulite, or you've got a little lump of bump or VPLs, that type of thing, this skims off your skin. It sort of like rectifies your skin, so it will not show up those bits and pieces that you don't want to show.
Not clingy, is it?
You can, if you want to have like a Herve dress and you want it to be micro tight, there's a benefit for having that because it is a stretch fabric.
It's supportive though as well, isn't it?
Yeah, so if you make it, say, a couple of centimetres on the seam smaller, you'll be able to pull that on and then you'll get that effect. But scuba can also be nice and sculptural. And some big names like Yohji Yamamoto, Issey Miyake, Alexander McQueen, Dior, all those big brands have used scuba to create massive sculpture.
Sculptural, but still it can be, look Fran, really kind of floaty and gatherable, and this is the aubergine which we're all going wild for. Absolutely adore this colour. It is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. That's your aubergine.
It looks like real leather. I wish
really
you could see
does.
this in person, but this actually does look like genuine leather. So if you made the how-to circle skirt out of this, that's going to be a staple piece that you're going to have in. Again, this will go in the washing machine. Be very, very careful, however, with this one. With all the scubas, your temperature, if you are going to lightly press it. And I do suggest that you use either an iron-on cloth or even just a scrap of a fine lawn.
Now, big roses. Is it
so
this
you're looking
one?
for which one?
Black background. Okay, yep, got it.
This one is really, really limited, I know that. And that's what I've made the how-to kimono.
Oh yes, that's lovely.
So this is actually in that scuba fabric, and I've made this entirely in scuba. In fact, this made as a dressing gown, but again, you could make one of these as an outfit to go to a wedding.
Yeah, you could.
And you would not look out of place by having this. It allows the pattern of your fabric to elegantly speak for itself. Sometimes with pattern, some people choose the wrong pattern to make the patterned fabric out of.
We're really, really limited on this scuba. This is absolutely beautiful, so gorgeous, 150 wide. Remember, the price is for 1 metre. It's sold in 1 metre increments, $14.99 a metre. Right, this is so limited. Let's do this one next. I think this is gorgeous.
So this is our Mercury Floral Mercury.
Thinking summer wedding.
And this is really, no, I love soft steel grey. I like any greys actually at the minute, but again, teamed with greens and this lovely yellow.
Really gorgeous.
And again, you just need to pick out a few of these yellow tones and then just get the right accessories, or you could go with the green hues as well. You also have this lovely shot of sort of like pale coral coming in there, again in the centre of the flowers here again. But again, this is a fabric that's going to skim your skin. It is a cool fabric as well. You can use it as a layering piece to trap the air pockets in there, and it will keep you warm as well. But essentially, I would go for simple garments for maximum impact. Do separates, it means that you can change them up. So for instance, if you make the top and the skirt, you could wear that all matching for a special occasion. Or for instance, you could then take the top and put it with some black linens. All sorts of different things you can do with it.
That's really nice
Really,
idea.
really lovely.
That's gorgeous, really beautiful. Right, next up, again, high impact.
This one's called Peaches and Cream.
Ooh, that gorgeous backdrop of kind of turquoise.
And these are high-end digital prints, so you can see the clarity. It's almost like a photograph.
Amazing, amazing. But I also really love how that's then teamed with these line drawings of the same peonies. Really clever.
And it's a beautiful, you've got this beautiful celadon colour, which is an icy sort of green colour. And then you've got these slightly darker celadon tones going with it. So it's really, really pretty.
Gorgeous. Now, also very popular, this one here, this is fab.
This is Floral Chain.
Very, very limited. Now, this one you've used to make that gorgeous draped front top.
So that's the draped front top.
Yeah.
So again, you can see this is the actual scuba. So this is, I haven't used a satin version of this, and this is how it actually stands. So again, you're getting these lovely folds, but you can see that it's actually folding towards the skin. It's not going like that, and it's not sticking out. I could hold that there, but it will eventually go back down.
Yes, I think it's gorgeous. It's really stylish. And you get a lot of impact from a simple garment, don't you?
Yeah.
When you use such fabulous fabrics.
You can use this for headbands as well. You can use this to make, say, soft hobby bags with a zip down the front of it. It's great for makeup bags because it means when you put your makeup stuff inside, you can really ram a lot in there, and it will
That's
expand.
what I need.
So it's not like if you made it out of cotton,
Yeah.
it means that you're not going to fit. So toiletry bags as well in this.
Yeah.
Don't line them, just use the scuba. You won't have to...
Oh, I'm going to try
You won't have to finish that either,
No.
and it means you can get a lot in.
It's a brilliant idea. Now, this one, next one, is fabulous. It's been hiding underneath the original wool pressing mat. Check this out.
This is tropical.
Gorgeous.
And again, this will be the statement piece. What I would do is I would either, depending on your, so I would either choose the black or say the off-white, and then I would use that. So I'd use this for the dress underneath, and then I would put, say, a black jacket or correspondence with that.
Nice, nice.
Really, really
And if you are going to a wedding, think of all the different gorgeous fascinators or hats that you could wear with this, or the races. What I think is lovely about scuba is you've got all that impact. You can sculpt with it. You can create gorgeous drapes, but also because of that stretch, when you are sitting for a long time, standing for a long time, dancing for a long time at the end of the evening, you're going to be comfortable all day, aren't you?
You are. You can go out and you can have that meal where you're not, say, for instance, you walked in, you sat down.
Yes, I will have a pudding.
Exactly. You will. You felt a bit tight.
Yes.
But this will grow with you throughout the day.
Make me a shirt and trousers, please, Alistair.
Yes.
Nice stretchy waistband.
It
But
is.
it's true, isn't it? You can be comfortable all day in these very glamorous fabrics.
And my other tip when you're sewing scuba is make sure you use a slightly larger stitch. So on a domestic machine, I have got this set at a size 4 stitch. So when you're using scuba, I would use that, just because if you use a finer stitch, if you make a mistake, it's going to be really difficult to actually
Got
unpick
you.
it. But also, when you, especially with things like fleece and with scuba, the larger the stitch, the flatter the seam's going to become. So you don't want to use a small stitch
Okay.
because you're going to end up, you could end up getting waves or puckering, whereas that will eliminate it using just a larger stitch.
Brilliant top tip. Absolutely brilliant top tip.
So this is called Bubble.
Bubble.
And again, a beautiful navy background. You've got the celadon, you've got the lilacs. So again, really, really fun. And again, you could use this with some plain scubas. You could use this as a trim. You could do all sorts of things. Think about little girls' dresses. Think about bridesmaid dresses.
Really, that would work in scuba too?
Yeah, of course.
Cool, that's gorgeous. Love that. Floral. Ooh. So this is almost like a floral stripe.
Yes, you've got the black and you've got this electric blue, and then you've got the dusting of flowers all over here. So this is called Midnight. So if you're looking for that one on the internet.
Yeah. Oh, this is amazing.
If you want a statement piece,
Yes.
then you've got tiger. We all like a little bit of tiger. So this is a
Indeed.
navy background. So it may look black on your screen, but it's actually navy with emerald green.
That's
so it's really, really
gorgeous.
nice. Now the next
This
one you've got
next
in your
one's
hand.
amazing. Look at that.
So this is called Lily Magic. Now
This is
this one
absolutely stunning.
we don't have an awful lot of. Now again, think about, for instance, if you've got an old canvas that you've fallen out of love with, staple gun a piece of this around it, and you've got a new picture for your room.
Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Love that soft grey background as well.
Really,
Really, really limited on that one.
this one's called Watercolor. Your next
This
one.
is amazing.
And again, we don't have an
Absolutely
awful lot of this
beautiful.
left either.
This would make the most gorgeous dress or separates. Look at that.
Yeah. These magentas and fuchsia colours just coming through. And again, you can see the delicate nature of it just being watercolours. Really, really, really pretty.
It's amazing. Absolutely gorgeous. So much of that in baskets, more than I have. More than I have. Oh, this is really fresh. This is lovely, kind of really spring-like. Oh, it's called Spring Flower.
called
There we
Spring
go.
Flowers.
Love the polka dot in the
Yeah,
background.
you either love polka dot, you absolutely hate it.
I
But I
love
think with this one, I think you've got that polka dot background, you've got these lovely flowers, and it's just a beautiful, subtle,
Gorgeous.
really, really nice.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Really lovely.
You can
I
make
like that a
table
lot.
runners out of this.
Can you? I was going to say, can
Yeah.
you use it for homewares?
Yeah, you can make new scatter cushions, all sorts. Now, these two,
Oh, there's no place like home. There's no
there
place
is
like
no
home.
place like home. So we're bringing you back to Kansas. But if you were to
Yes.
team these two up,
Oh,
the
yeah.
pale blue is exactly the same.
Yes. Susan has a question. Great show. Is the scuba suitable for a lightweight jacket? That's
Yep,
Sue from Surrey.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah, brilliant. Stripes. Stripes, stripes, stripes. Oh,
This
yes,
is a burgundy
please.
stripe. And so it's a black and a burgundy stripe, or a slightly
Love the
wine
amount of
sort like colour.
stretch in there as well.
Yeah.
Super comfortable to
And with
wear.
this one, you've got the black
lovely
solid on the
drape.
background. What you can do, same fabric, if you want to go a bit Westwood-esque, what you can do is you can use the reverse and the intended outer. And
So
you can,
many
and you can
ways.
match the pattern, and you can
So
block.
many ways. Black and white stripe, cannot go wrong.
Now
Vertical or horizontal.
This one feels like cotton. but
It
it's
does.
actually 100% polyester.
Okay. This is a
So
jersey,
this
isn't
is
it?
jersey. So we finished with the scubas. We've got one more scuba crepe though, which we'll show.
yes.
So the actual fabric that I've made the skirt out of, we actually have the magenta scuba crepe.
I'll grab that now.
That's it made up in a skirt. And you can see how flattering and lovely that is.
Yeah,
and
it's
the, And the lovely
gorgeous.
drape that it has. You
So
can
this
also
is a
roll it.
scuba crepe. What's the difference?
So the difference with the scuba crepe is it's about the texture on the top.
Oh, yeah.
So you can feel it has a little bit of a slight
Bit of
abrasion, if you
texture.
like, but it's a textural one, and it's also apart from the other scubas, this is even finer.
It's lovely, and it
again-
drapes really well in the skirt.
These pin hem beautifully.
Really?
So if you've got a pin hem foot for your sewing machine and you're wanting a quick way of finishing, or even a rolled hem on
Yep.
your overlocker, it's fantastic for that.
Oh, and then last fabric. This is gorgeous. What kind of fabric is this?
So this is a jersey, and this we're calling Prince of Wales check. Now the difference with this is a jacquard weave, and you have these brilliant emerald flowers.
Still got this gorgeous stretch in it as well. Beautiful.
Really,
Gosh,
really
you bring so many interesting, exciting fabrics with you, Alistair. It's fab. I don't know how you choose at home. Loads to choose from today. Right, we need to go to a break, but we'll see you again in about an hour.
In about an hour.
And we've got the most gorgeous sandwich lunch bag from you. Love that. Have a look on the website. Also, there's lots of bindings, there's lots of webbings, there's lots of ripstop as well. You've already paid your P&P if you've bought anything today, so take a little moment just to check out the website. Now, after the break, Alison Marion is here with one last piece. We've nearly finished that jigsaw. We're so close. Stay tuned. See you after this.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we have 4 brands within our Gemporia craft family, including Gem Collector? So who are Gem Collector?
It's where the world of gemstone collecting comes to life. Whether you're just starting out or you're already passionate about this rewarding hobby, we're here to inspire and guide you.
Our channel offers an incredible variety of gemstones from around the globe. From timeless classics like rubies and emeralds to rare and exotic gemstones, there's always something to spark your interest.
More than just a showcase, we aim to educate you by providing so much more insight into each gemstone's origin, history, and unique characteristics, making it easy to grow your knowledge and appreciation for this extraordinary hobby.
Gem Collector helps you build your collection and connect with a vibrant community of gemstone enthusiasts.
Go over to our website or download the Gemporia app to discover how rewarding gemstone collecting can be here with us at Gem Collector.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of fabric into strips and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with, and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler so I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, just cut all the way along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern cut 2-inch times width of fabric, line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this: line up the strip on one of the straight lines, and say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle, and then lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work 2 inches If you then put the 4-inch mark, make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. 2 ways: you can either lay them on your cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, or if you've got more than 2, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this. So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. Discard those pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately subcut pieces from one larger piece of fabric.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Tune in for the launch this Wednesday for Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Now, there are so many reasons to celebrate my next guest, but she's always full of fabulous ideas and enthusiasm. Alison Marion, everybody.
Hi there.
But also, you brought the most gorgeous Devonshire splits. Cornish splits.
Thank you. That's Cornish clotted cream in there.
Get out. They're fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. And I felt before anybody messages in and says, aren't you supposed to be giving that up for Lent? This was a breakfast item. It's effectively a jam sandwich, isn't it?
Yes.
Effectively a jam sandwich, just to be clear. Now, this hour is called One Last Piece because a fabulous jigsaw quilt. Alison, I love that quilt hanging behind you.
It's
so
lovely,
much.
isn't it? Yeah.
Brilliant. The fabrics are gorgeous, right up my street. Now, would you believe this is a single bed quilt for $49.99, and that includes your pattern. And this is Macawa linen textures.
It's lovely.
Oh,
yeah, really lovely. I don't think you can really see, but the linen look on it is really lovely.
Oh, absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to show you now. This, absolutely gorgeous. Now, if you're thinking, ooh, curve piecing, it's a plique.
It is, and it is so simple. It's squares. You're piecing squares, that's it.
And then adding a plique.
No, you add the applique
first.
first.
You add the applique first?
Yeah.
I love that. I love that. Rookie error. Rookie error. Look at these fabrics that you get. You get 1/2 metre of each of these 5 fabrics. Okay, you get 1/2 metre of each of these, and then you get 1 metre of the cream. And this again is the linen textures from Macawa, one of my favourite sort of staple fabrics. You also get the full pattern, one last piece for the jigsaw quilt. This is so much fun.
It is, it's lovely, and you can play with the colours. You know, it's great.
To your heart's content.
Yeah.
To your heart's content. And also as well, this is a quilt that I think would work in so many different applications.
Yeah. Well, we've done the floral one this time. I'll show you that in a bit. And my mum would have loved it because she was an avid jigsaw doer.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's wonderful.
Yeah.
It's absolutely wonderful.
Always one on the board under the sofa.
But I could also imagine doing this in like sort of novelty prints for a child's quilt.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Or
Well,
solids.
it's a good size.
Yeah.
It's, well, really, it's a single bed size. So the finished one is 57 by 76.
Perfect. perfect. That's amazing value, isn't it, for under £50 for your quilt kit. Everything for the top. You'll add your own binding and backing, but you also get your pattern as well. Fabulous, fabulous value there. Right, I've got a second Macawa Linen Textures kit. I'll show you that next. This is bright and beautiful. You've got, again, all linen textures. You've got the red. You've got this gorgeous corn yellow. This is almost kind of Rubik's Cube style, isn't it? Actually, £47.99 because the black is a black solid. It's Rose and Hubble. So you've got your blue. This is real kind of gorgeous, bright. So you've got that grey as well. Love those. And then you've got the black solid for your background. This is really going to make the colour pop. Plus your pattern, £47.99.
That's the one I'm demoing.
And what sort of level of quilter do you need to be to make the quilt?
Absolute beginner.
Absolute beginner.
Because you put your applique pieces on while they're small squares,
Yep.
and then once your squares are prepared, it's just piecing squares together.
And if you've never done applique before with fusible web,
Oh,
could you show us how?
I'm showing you that, yeah.
Amazing. Set your recorders. Loads of you going for this. We love our Macawa. We love our Macawa. They gave me my first commercial job, you know, in quilting.
Oh, really?
Macawa. They
Yeah.
did. I used to design and make quilts for them.
Oh, lovely.
Now, the one that we're working with, the floral. This is quite a revelation. This is beautiful. Right, let me show you. So same size bundle. Look at these gorgeous floral fabrics. All your designer floral fabrics. And this looks so pretty put together.
Do you want me to hold that up?
Oh, that's lovely. Here we go. Keep going, keep going. And so you've got all your designer fabrics. Then you've got your gorgeous rose pink solid to go with, plus your pattern. Stop it. £34.99.
Oh, wrong way.
That is still makes the whole same size. Look how pretty that is. That is lovely.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
Really lovely. That is gorgeous. And did you see as well, very, very clever construction there, because your border is actually done as blocks.
It is, yes. You're not putting a whole piece on.
Less
it's in strips, yeah.
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 It just makes it so much easier for everyone. That's incredible value. £34.99 for that. I want that extra pound. £34.99. That's amazing. It still makes the full-size quilt, 57 inches by 76 inches. So large enough for a single bed, but also really good for, that would go on a double bed, crossways.
I might buy a set because this was done with fat quarters, so I got this out of fat quarters.
Oh.
But I would like to finish it.
Yeah, definitely. It's
Yeah.
gorgeous. Absolutely. Absolutely. But it won't break the bank either, will it? And remember, this is good for complete beginners. So that is a really lovely price as well to make something gorgeous, easy to make, and just a fabulous result. So that's our third kit. Then I've got one more kit, and this is the original. This is the original. So you can see there on the front cover of the pattern, you've got these gorgeous bright pops of solids. You've got the bubblegum pink. You have got the purple. You've got a fabulous sort of cyan blue. The most gorgeous pop of yellow. I'll give you the proper names in a second. In a second, Anna. A gorgeous green, and then you've got your black solid. Now, let's do colours. We've got bright pink, purple, boring, peacock, that's more like it, sunshine, lime, and black. There we go, there we go. Gorgeous. That makes the original £34.99. That's brilliant. What a brilliant price point. Oh, Alison, you've done it again. Done it again. Now, if you want the pattern on its own, we've got you covered. Well, let's talk physical first of all. A physical paper pattern, £9.99. All of your instructions in there, full-size template as well, and your full step-by-step instructions, even for a total beginner. That's physical instructions. Now, I want to go all digital. That was a bit retro, wasn't it? Right, this is digital download. So you could download it now while the show is on and start making your quilt today.
Yep.
£9.99, different product code though, because this is an instant purchase, instant download. Juvenile conversational prints would be really fun. You could turn this into an I Spy quilt.
You could.
Which would be
easily,
a lot of fun.
Yeah.
A lot of fun. You could use your scraps. Every one of these jigsaw pieces could be a different fabric, couldn't they?
Yeah, the only thing you have to do is make sure that the intersections work.
Yes.
With the one next to it. So, you know, you make sure that the yellow is coming into the black and the black is coming into the green, things like that. So that's all you have to do. So you really only need your square and one.
Yeah, exactly. Gorgeous. It could be a memory quilt, couldn't it? Could be made out of baby clothes, maybe, something like that. Really, really lovely. Really lovely. It's a great idea, great pattern. Right. Alison, what can you show us, please?
Well, it is so easy. And I will say that my ones that I've done are very organised in the pattern. But if you look at a jigsaw, you don't have to do that. All of mine are centred. But if you want it to look more like a jigsaw that you're actually doing, this may be up there and that may be over here.
Right.
So you can organise it how you like. You can change the position of these because you put them on while you're actually doing your small squares. So for anyone that hasn't used Bondaweb before, the Bondaweb squares are put on, or intersections are put on the squares. And I think you've got Bondaweb there, haven't you? And
I do. This is what we would recommend. Bondaweb. This is the 5 metre roll. Now this is going to be plenty to make your quilt with.
Absolutely.
$23.99. You'll have plenty there.
Yeah.
And it's stored on a roll. It comes like this, so it's your storage as well, and it'll keep your Bondaweb smooth and ready to go. $23.99 for 5 metres. Now, I've also got the small pack. Now, one pack's not enough.
no, you would definitely need 2, but depending how close you put your intersection pieces, you may need 3.
Okay, so if you only going to make this quilt, you could get 3 of these, but that would be £9. But if you do a lot of quilting, a lot of applique, then it's worth getting the big roll.
Yeah, because you need 84 of the intersections.
Got you.
Yeah.
Got you. Radio play or the Archer's Omnibus while you're tracing. Yes.
Yeah.
That would be my plan.
But obviously, for anyone that hasn't done Bondaweb before, it's a way of fixing your fabric to another fabric. But we don't like waste, so you put your intersections quite close together, but you leave enough space so that you can cut around each of them and leave a little border. You don't cut on your where you've drawn around your template, because you can either use a template. Have they got any of the template plastic in? Because that's brilliant.
No, we don't.
Oh, that's a shame, because you can trace through onto your template in the book, but it's a lot easier to make yourself a little template, and then you can just move it around on the Bondaweb so that you get the best use out of it.
Quicker to draw around something as
It
well.
is, yeah.
You can always use cereal box.
Well, that's right, a piece of cardboard, yeah. And then you cut out around, but not onto the template line, because then you're going to put this glue side. I always draw on the paper side. I know Delphine does the other side, doesn't she?
She
Because
does.
she doesn't have to change the template, because if you're doing it with something that you need in a particular direction, you do have to reverse your pattern if you're doing it on the paper side, but this doesn't matter. So you leave a little border around the outside edge, and then you fuse it to your fabric, again as close as possible. And then it's just a case of cutting around the template line.
So nice sharp scissors.
Yeah. I say about it every time, but these are absolutely fabulous.
Yeah. You've got shares in Fiskars.
I must have.
No, I mean, I'm very, very loyal to my favourite products.
Yeah.
They're the kind of things that you would, you know,
Yeah.
look after at all costs.
Well, doing 84 of these is no mean feat.
No.
And with something like this, where you can pick things up and move things around with them in your hand, you know, and you're not having to put your fingers through the handles. So, yeah, it's my go-to. So you've got your, make sure that's hot. So now you've got your piece with your paper on the back. I'll just take this one here. You're going to go by your guide. Now, what I've done on this one, can we see that? What I've done on this one, because my colours are different to the one on the pattern, I've drawn or written in what colours are going where, so that I know which intersections need to be where. Because I do say you need to be an organised beginner, and that's because the rows are best cut out, and then you put your intersections on each one, because now I've got a line that I can follow, and I can say the yellow one needs a green and a blue, the blue one needs a yellow and a green, and I've got all those together. Because when I did mine, I changed the colour of the thread to match my intersections,
Okay.
so that they didn't stand out.
So your applique stitches are going on to the bobble, if
Yeah.
you like.
Yeah.
And so you want to match that colour
That's
with your
right, yeah.
thread.
I mean, if you wanted to do it like all black, so that it looked like it was outlined, you would then, it would be nice, but you would then have to do something with your join.
Yeah.
Because you're piecing together, so you would have your black around this piece here, so then you would have to revisit and go around here with your black.
Maybe when you come to quilt it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's Bondaweb, you can do it like a raw edge. I've done mine with a very narrow zigzag.
Yep.
But yeah, what
stitch do you favour for this project?
I do a 1.5 by 1.5 zigzag.
Got you. Satin stitch would work?
I was going to say, you can do satin stitch, yeah, blanket stitch. Then you would have to blanket stitch around here as well. But on this one, you could do that double blanket stitch, you know, where you've got your thing. You've got either side of your straight stitch, haven't you? So you would be blanket stitching this side and that side.
Oh, okay.
On there. So that would work.
Nice.
Yeah. So, yeah, you organise all your fabrics. Once you've done all your Bondaweb, your intersections, and cut them out, you'll take your squares, and then you'll add your pieces of intersection, and then keep them in rows. And this one here, this is row 7. So you've also got cornerstones on this one. So on this one, I've got my 2 cornerstones, my 2 borders, got one there and one at the back, and then all of the colours with their intersections ready. And then you bond all of them. Let's put that there. So that then we've got all of our pieces ready for the rows, which I've done here. These are all ready for row.
So they're all stitched.
4.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they're not, but yeah, they would be. They would be, yeah. This one's stitched. So I've got the red one, which has got my black and my yellow. And then I've got my yellow, which has got green, and my grey, because that blue there is grey. And the red one, oh, that's not the right one. That's the green one. which is red and yellow. I was on the wrong row. And then the grey, blue one. Oh, I've got the grey one here. The grey one with the green and the black. So what you can do then is put your two intersections. Each one is going to have two intersections. So one side of the is grey and one side is black, because this is my end.
That's your
piece
border.
Here.
Yeah.
If you don't want to have this on all the time, you can actually write these. If you think you're going to do another one and you might need to write other colours in, you can actually write these in a heat erasable pen,
Oh, that's
a
a good
friction
idea,
pen,
yeah.
and then press it off. So you don't have to actually leave that on there if you think you might do. Oh, I know. So to put these on, we're going to just finger press both sides. At the moment, it doesn't really matter which side you're putting them because you can turn them afterwards. So then you're going to fold this one in half.
Oh, lovely message from Susie Duncan. She says, this is such a fun and clever quilt.
Oh,
It is
thank you,
lovely
Susie.
for a nursery or a play mat. And actually, Fran says the jigsaw pieces could be different animals, favourite places, the periodic table. That's
Oh,
very
wow.
highbrow,
Yes,
Fran.
it is, yeah.
Sharon from Cambridge, she says, my new best friend is Alison. She's been helping me with wool for her bags.
Hi,
you
Sharon.
could create a child's name onto the jigsaw pieces.
Yes, you
What
could.
fun.
Yeah, you could.
You could.
So there we are. There's the intersection pieces on, ready to be stitched. So if I put all this out of the way, I'll just stitch round these. So I've got a zigzag, or I will have a zigzag, and I'm using 1.5 and 1.5. So that's quite small. If you wanted to make sure, I mean, I'm not too worried if they all go out. They can go around here because I'm not too worried. I love rag quilts. So I'm not too worried if this frays a little bit around here.
Okay.
But if you wanted to make sure that there was no fray once it's washed, you could, like you say, you could do a satin stitch or a wider zigzag.
Yeah.
So I've actually got
If you were going to do a satin stitch, would you use a stitch and tear on the back? Or do you just go for it?
No, I would just go for it.
Go for it.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm using a light thread here so you can see what I'm doing. So I've got to the intersection part and I'm going to go around the outside edge.
What are your thoughts on monofilament?
I've never used it.
Okay.
So I don't really know. Do you put it in the bobbin as well?
Hannah's being very rude about me at the moment, Alice.
Oh, is she?
She just said, oh, I can just imagine your dinner table conversations riveting. What are your thoughts on monofilament? I know, but in a sewing context, Hannah. Honestly, what I have to put up with. You didn't mind the question, did you, Alison?
No, I didn't.
No.
I was quite interested because I've never used it.
Well, I would only use YLI.
Yeah.
Brand.
Oh, well, I love their silk fabric, silk thread.
Yeah.
One of my first projects was a shadow applique cushion.
Oh, gorgeous.
And I used the silk for that.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Lovely. Yeah, their YLI monofilament, beautiful. Soft, supple, goes to your machine like a dream.
Oh, right.
And then you don't have to change the thread
Yeah.
because you just use
You use the same one all the time.
see-through. Yeah.
So there we go. That's one of the ones sewn down. So what you would do now is if you're doing it with...
That looks lovely. I really like it with the lighter thread round the edge.
If you were doing it with, if you, and going back again, if you haven't done anything going round curves, what you want to do is make sure you've got a foot on that's got a split in the centre. And you take your end of your fabric through that split. And then when it starts to go off, you lift your foot and then turn it round. So you keep lifting your foot quite regularly.
Absolutely loving this idea. It's gorgeous. Becky's got in touch to say, I think this is a hint.
Oh, is it?
actually, Mother.
Yeah,
love the
mother.
idea of doing it with old baby clothes.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Better start
Maybe I
saving
won't
them.
be getting rid of Ollie's. Put it on the to-do list, Nana. She just came out and said it in the end.
Yeah.
I just want to quickly go through this Makawa version. This is my personal favourite. I absolutely love the way you've used these colours together, and just think they are beautiful, classy, and just a beautiful combination. Love that little pop of green there. $49.99. That's a metre, half metres of each of these, plus your pattern as well. Gorgeous. Gorgeous.
Right,
And then-
so...
sorry.
Oh, sorry, no, carry on.
All right, go on, Hannah. The colourway that we're working with, again, this is the other linen texture from Makawa. Gorgeous fabrics here. This is the one that Alison's using right now. So you get all of these different linen textures, and then your metre of black, $47.99, including your pattern. Brilliant, brilliant value. Thanks, Alison.
Right, so what I'm doing now is I'm referencing row 4 because all the intersections will have been on, and if you're using the same colour, it won't matter. But if you're going to use coordinating threads, what you want to do is go through all of them, keep them together, but go through all of them and do like all the blue intersections at once and all the green at another, so that you're not constantly changing your thread. If you just do one row, you will be constantly changing your thread. So once you've done that, then you have to reference your row. I'm doing row 4, so I've got red, and I need that black from the border, and then I've got yellow, and I need green from the top and blue from the back, bottom, and then that will go with the yellow. Again, the yellow's going on the blue with the green at this side. So then I've got the green, which needs the red at the top and the yellow at the bottom. You see where we're going with this?
I can.
And then we've got the grey, which has got the green that will match up with that. And then we've got the black, which will then go with this border.
I think that's a really, really smart hack in your pattern, Alison. Really clever that the border is like a half block.
Yeah, because
so
on the
many
next
people
ones,
struggle.
the next ones up, you would have your piece in here. So you're only stitching your applique on the small pieces. If you were to do it once you'd actually put the basic squares together, it would be a lot to handle.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, but I just think having that border integrated into the piecing, so you're not ended up having to put a big border strip on. Very clever, very sort of customer friendly as well. Makes it an easier ride for all of us when we make the quilts.
So then we're just going to put these together with a 1/4 inch seam, and I use a 1.8 stitch. So I'll put that down. Shall I put all these together while you...
That'd be, I mean, we'd love to see how it goes together.
Hopefully a row. I mean, I haven't got a 1/4 inch foot here, have I?
0.6.
Oh, yes, I have.
0.6 with the regular foot.
I should know, shouldn't I? I've got this machine. But I
Yeah, it's
haven't
just the regular foot, but stitch number 6.
Ah, brilliant. Okay, so I'll put these together.
Thing about that machine, Alison.
Yeah.
I'm not ever hunting for a 1/4 inch foot.
So hopefully they'll match up with my one at home.
Yes. Do you put a 1/4 inch foot on as well?
No, not if I'm using this one. Right. See you in a minute.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Alison's using the Elna 680 Plus. That was my studio machine for nearly 10 years. Love this machine. £1,149. And when I bought it, which got to be about 11, 12 years ago, it was £1,100. So I know. So the price is amazing, absolutely amazing. A couple of hundred stitches, alphabets, buttonholes galore. You've got an extension table, a knee lift, automatic needle up and down. It is a wonderful machine. Big throat space as well, Alison.
It is, yeah. So
You love
it's brilliant
that
for you. It's brilliant for using for quilting.
Yeah. And
Oh,
it's
clothing
such
as
a
well, because when
workhorse.
you've got clothing, you've still got bulk, haven't
Yeah,
you? So yeah.
It's such a workhorse. I think I wrote 3 of my books using it. So it's taken me through a lot of projects.
I hope Ollie's watching Nana on the telly, because he's used to seeing me through a little a phone screen.
Right. Not today. No. Nana's got big. Now, we have a question for you, Alison. Morning. I was wondering if you could make this quilt in fleece. That's from Lynette in Essex.
No reason why you couldn't.
I love that idea.
Yeah, no reason why you couldn't at all.
And then you wouldn't use Bondaweb on the cutouts.
You would be better using some of the glue just to hold it in place while you're doing, yeah.
And then you could even just use a straight stitch around the...
Yeah.
Couldn't you? Like a 505 glue
I'll have
stick.
to try it.
Please do.
Yes. I'll try it.
I love that. Wouldn't
I
that
like
be
a
nice,
challenge.
actually? Love that idea. Oh, pattern on its own, if you want the pattern on its own. If you're thinking, let me experiment, maybe use your scraps, maybe use your fleece, maybe a combination. This is the physical pattern, printed version, A4 size, £9.99, full-size template in there as well, and all your step-by-steps. Fabulous if you are an organised beginner. Now, you might be a disorganised beginner like I was, that's okay. The pattern will keep you in check.
Well, that's right, yeah.
Tick it off as you go.
Yeah. The only thing is, I would say, keep your rows together.
That's important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you're going to spend quite a bit of time thinking, right, now this yellow one needs a black and a blue, and you're going to do all that. So keep that row with your clips and then revisit it to do all your intersections so that you keep everything together while you're actually doing it.
Yeah. Now, do you find it easier to concentrate on the order of your row if you stick your tongue out the side a little bit?
Oh, I've just been doing that.
Have you? No, I do, definitely.
I
every
chew my
time.
lip.
Oh, do you? I stopped blinking. I have to remind myself to blink when I'm sewing. I stare and I think, why are my eyes so dry? Anyway, you can also get the downloadable pattern. So if you're impatient to get going, you want to get going today, this morning, right now, you can get an instant download for £9.99. Instant purchase, instant download. And even if you're buying other things, this is still an instant purchase, so you'll get it straight through.
Right.
Oh, Alison, I'm going to come over and just help you hold that up for a second, because I just really want everyone to see at home how these fabrics look together. This is gorgeous.
Wait, look, because you've got your border.
Gotcha. Absolute fabulous, isn't it? And Christine pointed out as well, she loves the fact that the one last piece is going on here at the side.
Yeah, so you don't need
Clever, clever. Love those fabrics together. Really cool.
So when you get to this stage, you've got all your rows done. And for those that haven't done any piecing, we do what's called nesting the seams, which means that to join them, one row is pressed in one direction, and then the next row down is pressed in the opposite direction. So I'll take this one, make sure I've got it the right way round. Yeah, so I've got my red joining my red and my green joining my green all the way along. So this row is pressed that direction, so this row needs pressing in the opposite direction. I won't do all of them because we'll get more done if I just do a few. So these are going to be...
So good, Alison, to see these basic skills in action, though.
Yeah.
Because we have lots of new quilters. Lots of you, I know, who've done dressmaking for years or home decor for years.
Yeah.
And get inspired by... But it's good to learn the new skills.
So we'll press all of these in the same direction. Put that out of the way. Now to nest the seams, make sure that that's the right way round. We've got put that out there. So we've got red on this one there, and we've got the green on that one, we've got the blue on that one. We won't worry about, this is a bad example actually, because I haven't got the border in there because I've got the full square, but we'll start on this one here. So here we've got the seam going in one way and this seam going in the opposite. And when you pull the fabrics together, you can feel that there's some resistance. So that is where you want to go. I don't want my head in the way. Where you want your stitching to go to keep it so that you get a nice join. It's not absolutely critical. If anyone's watching that closely, you know, it's not that important. It's a home done. It's a home done thing.
Beautiful shot, by the way, Bruce. That was lovely, crisp.
Look,
that.
I've been saying ever since 5 years I've been working with Sewing Street, and I've been saying I'm going to get myself some new pins. Look what I bought.
Did you get yourself some magic pins? Ooh. Do you love them?
This is their first outing.
I just
haven't
got
used
myself
them.
some too.
Yeah. So what I've done to help try and keep the join in place, I don't know if everyone else does this, but I put my pin down through my actual sewn seam. Mm-hmm. And then we'll go to the next one. And then we'll
so you don't start pinning between them, you go to the next intersection and pin there, all the important bits.
Yeah. So we'll do that there, make sure it's level up here, and then about 1/4 inch down, and then that's going to go there. And I do it on an angle to hopefully stop the fabric going like this.
Okay.
But this is the only piecing there is, and it squares. It is the simplest start if you are new to quilting.
But it looks a lot more, doesn't it? Lots more than just
it looks a lot more complicated.
Yeah. There's your pack of 100 magic pins. Really, I mean,
they're very
worth
sharp.
the money.
Very sharp. Yeah.
And also as well, I'm finding myself being very precious with my pins. More careful, picking them up, putting them away.
Well, they're a considered purchase for pins, aren't they? Yeah. But when you're using them so much, anything that can help you, I think is worth it.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a treat.
It is a treat.
So there we've got that there, and then I will just, obviously we're not doing this join here because that's that last piece on there. I'll just pin that down so that it stays in the right place. And I'll just sew that, and that's the row on. So you can see, once you've done all the applique, it grows very quickly.
So same again, 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Yeah. Right, so now I've joined at the seams, and I'll make sure that they're level.
The pack on screen, by the way, is the one that Alison's working with. Those gorgeous kind of crayon box bright Makawa linen textures mixed with black. You get your pattern included. Brilliant value, $47.99, and that's everything to make your quilt top. 1/2 metre of that silvery grey, 1/2 metre of the cyan blue, 1/2 metre of lime, of that sunshine yellow, that pillar box red, and then a full metre of our black cotton solid from Rose & Hubble, plus your pattern. Great value, gorgeous quilt, beginner friendly, and a lovely quick quilt if you've a little bit more experience.
So when I get to the seam, I go very slowly up to my pin, and I don't actually sew over my pin.
Definitely
so
not.
I'll get to the seam where it's stitched, and then I'll pull out my pin and then carry on.
And that is one of the benefits. Jane was asking what are the benefits of the magic pins. The silicone, the blue silicone tips, they have all little, like, sort of...
they're lovely to handle.
They are, aren't they? Got almost little notches in them so that they're really easy to grip, sort of naturally grip. Silicone as well, so they're heat resistant. So if you do go over them with your iron at all, they're not going to melt or burn. They are strong, they are very sharp, they are nice and fine, but sturdy. you get that little box as well to keep them in. They're just, you know, when something is just gorgeous quality, and that's the advantage, that everything about them is better quality. You know, the tip, the point, the shaft, the metal, the silicone, it's all better quality. It's just a lovelier experience.
Right, this is where we see if I can practice what I preach.
Wow.
Yes, they're not bad joins, are they?
I think they look great.
So, yeah.
Spot on.
That's a row added.
Spot on.
Yeah.
And then which way do you press your seam?
I tend to do them in opposite directions so that when I'm actually backing it with wadding and things like that, one goes in one way. I don't know why. I just always done it that way.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
It's great. Love it.
So there we go.
How would you... So the one at the back is ready for quilting.
Yeah.
Any thoughts of how you might quilt that?
Well, you don't have an awful lot of leftover fabric. But I think, let's get this one here. I think it would look nice. There we go, you've got your bits here. You could, if you had extra of either one of the darker ones or here, you could make a scrappy binding and you could put a border of scrappy binding around here and then use like a a binding on the outside of that as well.
Yeah. Lovely, nice idea. And how might you quilt it?
I would do stitch in the ditch and then not go here. I would go up and around.
Got you.
And over.
Really emphasise the jigsaw pieces.
Yeah, because if you use quite a thick wadding, I think I think a polyester wadding would be nice because you would get the loft with it.
Yeah, I'm a fan of nice polyester wadding. Our polyester batting that we sell at Sewing Street is brilliant. Have you tried it?
Probably. I've used loads of them.
Gorgeous.
Because when I first started quilting, I used to go to I won't say which quilting group it was in Cornwall, but if you mentioned polyester, it was all cotton batting.
You got taken out round the back and shot, didn't you?
It's horses for courses, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, polyester batting years ago was horrible stuff. It was thick. It was like somebody had cut up a duvet. It wasn't nice. But now you get polyester bats that are like cotton bats.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
But I think it would look nice with like a scrappy binding around the outside and then a solid binding.
Sounds lovely.
Around edging that. Yeah.
Really nice.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Now, the one that's hanging on the wall is made from kind of these gorgeous, rich, almost William Morris-y tones, William Morris-like. This would go in my house. That would go in my house very nicely, Alison. Just saying. It's not just your daughter that can hint. Look, lovely, really beautiful, warm, rich tones, plus that gorgeous cream. This is all Macawa linen texture. And your pattern as well for $49.99. Oh, Anne says, morning, Stuart. Great to see you and Alison. Isn't it lovely to have her back on air?
Oh, thank you.
Gorgeous. That's your Macawa linen texture in a sort of, I don't want to say autumn palette because these colours are my house colour. Yes, country, rustic, beautiful, warm, rich colours.
Yeah.
You've also got the lovely kind of crayon box version in linen texture. Again, you've got red, golden yellow, gorgeous kiwi, the blue and the grey with black solid to really make those colours pop. That's for your border. And then, last bundle I can show you, because this one's sold out. Well done if you got it. Well done, well done.
Oh,
this is
I
the
won't
original. Yeah, you can't get it, I'm afraid. But great price point, $34.99 for your all solids version. And this is the same as the original. $34.99. I know, isn't it awful? Very loud next door. $34.99 for that. Plus your pattern, of course.
Yeah. So I've pressed that now.
Oh, gorgeous.
So it's
really coming together, isn't it?
So the piecing is a piece of cake.
Absolutely fab.
Wouldn't it make a nice tablecloth?
It would. Yes, it would. Yes, it would.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely. Really clever design, isn't it? Now, if you want to get the pattern on its own, it would make a great scrap quilt, or if you've got a collection of favourite fabrics, I think you just want to make sure that you've got enough contrast between your jigsaw pieces, don't you, so that they pop. $9.99 for the physical printed instructions. Those are the details that are on the screen now. But we've also, lots and lots of you with that in your baskets. Do make sure you check out, won't you? And then digital pattern is instant download, $9.99. Ah, lovely message. I've got to read Princess's message. She says, morning, you lovely pair. That's you and me.
Thank you,
Stuart, you have the most beautiful blue eyes. They are stunning. Oh, thank you. That's very kind. Had to read that. Well, I've got my mum's eyes. Thank you, Princess. Right, we are going to go to a little break. Alison, where does the time go? I'm going to see you in an hour. Yes. And I can't wait for this next hour because you're doing the fidget cushion.
I know, it's fun, isn't it?
So much fun. Yeah. Really looking forward to having a play and learning new things from you. We always learn good stuff. That's at 12 o'clock. Now, don't go anywhere because House of Alistair MacDonald, is back after the break. Lots of you have been shopping ahead. A real great chance to stock up your stash. I will see you after this.
Chain piecing is a method where you can sew lots of pieces of fabric together all in one go. It saves time and it saves fabric and is a little bit more accurate too. So when you want to sew chain piecing, I'm going to sew 2 squares of fabric together. They're only little, so I'm not pinning them. So just put the foot down and I'm going to sew them together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Just stop a couple of stitches before the end of the first one and pop the next set underneath. I like to leave a little gap because it makes it easier to cut. Stop just a couple of stitches before the end and then pop the next ones underneath. If you leave a couple of stitches, those stitches will then stitch almost into the air and you can cut them off. But it means that you're not stopping and starting, you're not wasting thread, and you can have a nice accurate group of patches. Also, if you're doing this like a production line, it means that you've got them all joined together. So once it's finished, all of your pieces are now joined together into one long line, which you then just cut apart and you've joined them all. Now, if you're wanting to sew at an angle, maybe you're sewing half square triangles and you need to sew either side of a drawn line. So I'm going to position my foot, so I've got the 1/4 inch seam allowance. You can do the same thing. I'm going to sew 1/4 inch outside. Just stop a couple of stitches before the end and then you can pop the next one in. I'm going to line up those lines and then stitch across and you can stitch the next one in. So it's really easy. Just carry on stitching all the way along. You could stitch along the line or you can stitch either side, depending on what you're doing. But it does mean that they're all joined together in one nice long line in exactly the same way. And it's quicker and easier too.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Now, normally when you sew two pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So, we don't do it the normal way, this is how we do it. So, instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it, and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here, you've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Tune in for the launch this Wednesday for Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Great to have your company on Sewing Street today. I'm Stuart Hillard. This is Alistair MacDonald from House of Alistair.
From House of Alistair, yes.
House of Alistair. And your second hour, been really excited about this because look, it's a bag and it's a gorgeous, well, this is one of many gorgeous things that we've got, but we've got the lunch bag and this is so cool because it opens right up and you've got loads of space inside there. You could turn it into a cool bag, a warm bag, your takeaway bag. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant design.
Yeah.
Really lovely.
It's really, really cool.
And it's a new pattern. I'm going to grab the pattern for it. Wow, $7.99.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Fantastic. It's called Ladies That Lunch. Love that. Men can also use this bag. I'm just going to say it.
They can, and it's actually a great one, and it's really simple to make. And again, if you the pattern pieces, you can actually piece them in a slightly different way. I've cut mine out all in one, so it's like a big X, if you like.
Yeah.
But you can, for instance, the side parts, you could actually add seam allowance onto that. Cut this part and then cut these out of maybe a different fabric. And then seam those on before you actually stitch the main thing. But if you were to do the pattern as a total piece, this is what it looks like. It's such a simple little bag to make.
Great. Love that. Really worth getting the pattern for. I think this is super cool. I want to make loads of these. What's your angel policy, Alistair? Can people make and sell?
Yep, so if you spent the time making it, you can sell it. The only thing we ask is, for instance, if someone like John Lewis asks you to do a production run of it, then obviously that wouldn't be that would be commercial. But if you're making for craft stalls or for friends or whoever it is, you can make and sell as many as you want.
Brilliant, because I think this is a lovely, it's a nice quick make, isn't it?
Very, very quick.
Really cool. Grab the pattern. I think this is super. Really nice shape. Yours will have 2 handles on it, by the way. Don't think, oh, it's a bit lopsided.
Yeah, no,
I asked the question too, didn't I?
Yeah, because
Still under construction.
I do have the actual sample of this. However, my
Is it full of your lunch?
It is, and I left it on the train.
Oh no!
But literally, I've had a little angel that we've had a bit of a tidy up in the house, and I can't find the bag, which I know all this is in.
There's your first mistake. Don't tidy. Don't tidy.
Well, it was all in one place, and I knew exactly where it was, and then a bit of rejigging, and now I can't even. I
feel
know
your
where
trauma.
it is.
I feel your trauma. I feel your trauma. Lots and lots of you coming in for the new pattern. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Really cool. You're making it out of scuba. You mentioned using scuba for bag making.
Yeah, so I've
That's
just
stylish.
no. What I've done here now, you can, if you wanted to, if you want to give yourself a little bit of stability, what you can do is you can fuse the scuba using repair and bond, which I think we've still got online, but you can use that to literally stick it onto the Thermolam if you wanted to, and then you can use the lining as well on top. So you've got that, so that it'll mean that you'll have more control over it, and it'll be flatter.
Could you quilt it before you start making up the bag?
Yeah, of course you can.
Love a bit of
Anything
quilting.
you want to. You could do your. I've never done scrappy quilting before. That's something I need to have a go at. But literally, if you're doing crazy quilting, or you're just
well, you could. You could do patchwork piecing and also. Now, we should mention Thermolam while we're at it. We're talking about making an insulated lunch bag here, and Thermolam is absolutely brilliant. This is a pre-cut 2-metre piece. That's fantastic value.
I'm just going to sneeze. I'll just be back.
Oh, of course. Amazing value, actually. This is a 2-metre pre-cut piece, so well worth stocking up on while we've got this, actually. Well worth stocking up on. I will open this out so you can see. This is your 2-metre. You're right there. This is your 2-metre
I'm allergic
piece.
to tree pollen.
Oh no! It's the time of year.
This season. So this is your 2-metre piece.
That's amazing value.
So it's 90 centimetres wide. Now let's talk about Thermolam as an actual properties of it. Now this will keep anything hot or cold.
Okay.
So not only can it be it could be a cool bag, so you could put some ice cubes in there, or keep it nice and cold. Or if you've got a flask and you're making a flask wrap, or something like
or
that,
drinks wrap.
Yeah, you can do that. You can use this for oven gloves.
Yeah.
You can use it for pot rests. You can use it for anything like that. The secret that Vizsline don't tell you about this, and this is it's Kim that actually told me this. You've sold it because I remember you launched the Disney embroidery machine.
Oh, love the Disney embroidery machine.
So, for instance, there's a lot of different waddens and things like this. Now, the Thermolam stitches, the density, this will take a colossal amount of stitching.
So would you use this as a stabiliser on the back of fabric that you're going to embroider on?
Yeah, so it's got so many different uses. So all of your little offcuts, so for instance, all the little squares you get off of this, you could then use that in which to do
It's a great idea.
Yeah,
and patches. I really like it for quilted clothing as well. For insulated clothing, or if you want to do something like a quilt that you're going to sit on for like sports matches, things like that. Again, that little bit of insulation really makes a difference.
It's a really, really, really great fabric. Again, you've got the heat properties, you've got the cooling properties, but again, using it as something to take the stitching on, because obviously, if you don't put anything underneath the embroidery, it clumps up and it doesn't lay flat. Whereas this, you can also use this as a fine wadding if you want.
Yeah, exactly. I've used it in wall hangings.
Yeah.
Essentially, it's a super compressed wadding. That's why it's thermal insulating, because it's so compressed. It almost feels like a layer of very stable felt, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. And again, keep all your little bits and pieces, all your little scraps and bits of that, because you'll be able to use them for lots and lots of different things. For instance, when you're sewing heavy duty, say, buttons, if you cut a little square or circle, we call them jigger buttons, but if you don't have a jigger button, which is essentially just a shirt button, so when you're putting the big button on the outside of the coat, you need something on the reverse, which takes the strain away. You can put a little square of that underneath and actually sew through it, because this stuff
And when you put
doesn't
magnetic
tear.
snaps inside bags, when you're installing those, rather than interfacing on the back, a little square of that. It's super stuff. I've only got 4 of those bundles left now. For £12, you get 2 meters. That's about to sell out. We're going to see if we can maybe get some more, but I don't know. Christine always gets confused when using Thermolam. Christine, clarify for me, my darling, and we will try and answer why you get confused. Don't forget your pattern. It's brand new today. It's called Ladies at Lunch, which I'm more than happy to still take that bag and take my lunch in it. I will also be a lady what lunch is, not a problem. A message, love that little bag. It's perfect for a small travel iron. What a good idea.
That's a really good idea.
What a good
actually.
idea.
Yeah.
Now, if you were going to do that, my recommendation would be to use some of the silver reflective ironing board fabric to line it.
You can use some silicone coated fabric
Silicone
as
would be
well.
good.
Also, for instance, if you've got children that are going to school, and for instance, if you didn't want to do that, if you've got the embroidery machine and you've got your favourite character or what have you, this is a great little thing that if they've got dietary requirements, that's why they have to have school lunches. Make it really special and make them this lovely little lunch bag that you've made for them.
Yeah, we'll make it together.
Yeah.
Make it together and make it special. Love that. It's
You
really
could
nice.
do calico ones, get some fabric pens, and you can draw your own design on it, all sorts of things.
Fun. That's a really fun idea. Now, you will definitely want some funky, cool, coordinating straps. And we've got loads.
Yep.
Also, Alistair, I launched a new bag pattern just a few days ago, and I used some, love it, for the handles. These come in, are they pre-cut pieces, or do you order the amount that you want?
They're sold by the metre, so these are all
brilliant.
bespokely cut for you. So if you were doing a beach bag and you needed, say, 3 metres for both sides,
3 units.
You will get it in a continuous piece.
Oh, perfect. Let's go with red, because that looks so smart on your bag. So it's red. What's the width?
So this is 30 millimetres, which is just
an inch
bigger
and a quarter.
a bit bigger than an inch.
Yeah.
But this is 50% acrylic and 50% cotton.
Oh, nice and strong.
It's very, very strong, and
Yeah.
it's woven. But this is produced here in the UK for us. So this isn't being imported from China or anywhere like that. That is literally here from a factory in the UK.
Love that. Also, I really love the dark grey melange.
Melange, yeah.
Teacher Mantafish. That's the dark grey melange. You've called it Dove. Why have you called it dark grey melange?
Well, doves are people too, you know.
Are they, though?
They are. I've seen
There's
pigeons
various
street.
shades of grey, actually. There's a light grey as
Yeah.
well. That's lush. Really like that. Been really popular.
You can even make simple. This is great if you're making a simple napkin ring.
Yes, that's nice.
It's really, really pretty. Again, keep all your little offcuts because, for instance, if you're doing a little bow for a Christmas topper, for a Christmas present or even an Easter present, you can use this. Once you've created your bow, you can then use this as the piece that goes over. So you're never going to waste any of it.
No. The mustard gold's really nice too. That's lovely. We do a really gorgeous mustard yellow PU. I'm just thinking the Bloomsbury bag in that with that as the handle. Yummy. Really nice. You know, I always stock up when I see gorgeous things like this because fabric I got, whereas the extras that you need to stock up, don't you? Let's do aubergine next. There's the dark purple, eggplant. Aubergine.
They're really, really versatile, and sometimes most haberdashery stores will have plain colours, but they won't have a colour which also has a striped edge with it.
Right.
And that just elevates it to not just being a sort of like a run-of-the-mill webbing handle.
Yeah.
But again, there's so many uses.
So many
for
uses.
this.
Now, I love these two neutrals. These are gorgeous. There's latte and there's mink.
Yeah, so the mink is the slightly darker
Let's
one.
do mink.
And again, lovely stone, earthy sort of colours.
Gorgeous. Oh, I've only got one unit left. Let's do the latte. I'd love a latte. I can imagine beach bags.
Yeah, these are really, really versatile.
It's lovely. Worth adding to your order. Let's go with this bright pop of orange. That is gorgeous.
In fact, that goes really well with that scuba, the orange. That goes beautifully with that.
Brings out this, doesn't it? Lilac, light purple. That work? That could work.
Yeah. Well, you've got that clay
You do.
lilac colour in there.
Beautiful. Pop of green, emerald green. Yum. Keep checking out for these, won't you? It's a great day to stock up. You've got the bright blue. That's really lovely. Again, really nice for a beach bag.
Yeah, they're just really versatile. And again, you could make belts out of this. You could do all sorts. You just need a few D-rings and cleverly fold it over the D-rings.
Yeah.
Especially kids' belts, actually, because when my son was really, really little, one thing that children's stores aren't very good at is actually belts, but they still wear elasticated jeans. And you always buy a size bigger because you want the longevity
Grow into
out
them,
of
yes.
them. But in actual fact, trying to find a belt is like nigh on impossible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or they're like the price of an adult belt, and you're like, what, for a wee ones?
Not doing it. And then pink. Loads of you coming in for this. It's a really good day to stock up your stash. And the thing is as well, when you've got the handles, you then just go to your stash and think, right, what fabrics have I got? And it might even be that you just put a little flange of this pink into your bag that just ties it together, or the button or something like that, the lining maybe, and then it's all tied together and you can use fabric you already have. Absolutely gorgeous.
A simple key fob with it. You can also make things like, there's a big trend of having, you could make a strap to carry your water bottle, especially those. Now, I thought those posh water bottles with a straw coming out of them, I thought, oh, and it's got a handle. And I said to somebody at work, I said, what happens if you tip it over? And they said, oh, it does come out. And I was like, well, what's the point in it? It's like a giant mug that you're just walking around with.
Right.
And I thought, well, actually, if you made a little strap for it, then you could actually it's portable then, because you're not, there's all these people at work just like walking around with these ginormous cups, and I'm like, what?
Just need to remind you of the pattern. Very, very popular. This is the House of Alistair Ladies That Lunch cool bag pattern. It can keep cool things cool, hot things hot, depending on what you use in it. Now, Christine has messaged back, I think you're getting confused with Thermolan and Insulbright. Insulbright has a silvery reflective layer, and that's the side that you need to have either towards the thing you want to keep hot, or on the outside where you want to reflect the external heat away to keep what's in the bag cold. So you just got to think about where the heat's coming from, and you want the heat either reflected back on the food or back away from the food.
Yeah, well, this.
But with Thermolam, doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, and it doesn't. Thermolam doesn't have a right or wrong side either. So literally, you just need to put it into the project that you're working with.
Yeah.
But it's just great for loads of it, and especially if you are making accessories for your kitchen, if you're wanting to make oven gloves, that type of thing. And again, your idea about quilting it, fantastic idea. That's what your pattern looks like. So you get the full outer body, and it says cut on the fold, and it tells you where to put all the different bits and pieces like the hook and loop, and it also comes with these little ears, which is the side part, and this whole thing here is cut on the fold. So it's quite self-explanatory, but that's what the pattern looks like.
Now, let's talk Ripstop, because look at this fabulous array of colours that we have available from House of Elistair. Absolutely incredible. This dark blue.
So we've got two blue hues in this. So we've got the royal blue, which is the one that you've got there, and we've also got a beautiful navy colour as well. But the properties with this, so for instance, you could make you could get a few colours in, say, like football teams or what have you, and this is a great way of being able, with some bias binding, just to make some really simple garden bunting. So if you're doing, say, for instance, if you've got a group at church and you're doing a church fair this summer, and you want something that's maybe is not cotton, but is going to last a few different...
Yeah, you can keep these outside, can't you?
Yeah.
But
And
also
again,
things like garden cushions as well.
Yeah, you can make weather vanes with these. You can make you could make a fish with a sock. You could make dragons, all sorts of things. It's a very forgiving and really, really cool fabric. Again, with this, it is water repellent. So the water literally just washes off.
Yeah.
I use these as well. If I'm making shower caps, you use this in the inside. That'll keep your hair nice and dry. So
line bags with it too, makeup bags, toiletry bags, things like that, so that you could, all lunch bags.
Yeah, and it washes really well. So for instance, if you are going to use it as a makeup bag and you wanted to launder it, again, this will wash 40 degrees, absolutely not a problem.
Now,
It's
we'll show
well
you what you
clean
get
as
in a
well.
metre. Thank you. If you multi-buy, by the way, it'll come as one continuous piece. It's cut to order.
Yep.
The $8.99 gets you that enormous piece of Ripstop.
Now, for instance, if you buy 1 metre, chop it in half.
Yep.
And then you've got 2 baby changing mats. So you've got literally this to be able to put down. Also, we do a picnic blanket, which we just use a metre. This, when it goes down on the grass, will protect. Say, for instance, you've done a really nice quilt design on the top, or you're just protecting the wool.
Yep.
This means that it'll protect from any moisture. It's a
Really
great
good
thing to have in the
idea.
car.
Wet dogs.
Yep, all sorts of different things.
Yeah, really good stuff, this. Really good stuff. That's the royal blue. Look at all the other colours that we've got. Let's do the really deep purple. That's rather gorgeous. This is a really rich, deep purple here. Gorgeous, love that. Again, $8.99 for 1 metre. If you multi-buy 2 units, 3 units, you'll get 2 or 3 metres in a continuous piece.
Yep.
It's a very versatile fabric. When you sew with Ripstop, any tips? What kind of needle, what kind of thread?
Don't use a thick needle. I always use, regardless of what I'm sewing, I always use a high-spun polyester thread. And there are no sort of like rules. I would say use a Teflon foot. That's quite useful.
Yeah.
And again, you can base this. You can do all sorts. I would maybe use, rather than using pins, I would possibly use quilt clips.
Yeah.
Sometimes quilt clips, though, can add extra weight. So if you've got a seam allowance that you're actually sewing into, use I call it the dud end of the seam allowance, but the raw edge that you're not going to see. Baste that, and it keeps everything in situ. But it's a really forgiving fabric. Also, use a large stitch with this, just because the more holes you put in a seam, that's where the water repellency will falter, because if water goes into the seam, it means it's going to seep through.
Get through the holes.
Yeah.
Makes perfect sense. So that's the purple, $8.99 for 1 metre cut piece for you. But if you want to multi-buy, you absolutely can. My talkback has gone off completely.
Yep.
Okay, we're good. Right, shall we do navy? Let's do navy. So I think this is very versatile.
I think Hannah was just eating some Pringles.
Got you, fair enough.
She's having a private moment to herself. Her blood sugar's running low.
Can you use this for something like lining a raincoat?
Yeah.
Or something like, or could you even make like a poncho or a quick rain cover?
Yep.
I'm thinking festival wear and things like that.
Yeah, you can make all sorts of things like that. Just
Like a
bear
quick
in mind.
pack-a-mac.
Yeah, just bear in mind though, for instance, a lot of those things that you buy in stores, they have rubberized seams. So they don't necessarily, so what they do is they use it's like a bonded rubberized tape. I think you can get that now online, but it's really difficult to get hold of.
Is that so that the seams are still waterproof?
Watertight, yeah.
I'm just wondering though, if you could use, what's the paste that we sell? Eau de Cote. You could OG coat your seams and that would seal them because that makes any fabric water resistant.
I would say you would still have to put, so for instance, I don't know that product, but for instance, if you were to put that product on along the seam, I would then take some of this, create a mock bias binding and then sew that on.
Okay.
Because then you're getting that sandwich.
Yeah.
But if is it sticky?
It goes on, it's almost like PVA glue, but then it dries completely sort of clear and...
Right, well then
it's
what
not
I would
sticky.
do with this, I would make a bias binding so you're not sewing it, then I'd put that product along the seam and then I would put a channel while it's wet over there so it's the glue that's adhering, because if you're
okay.
sewing the bias binding on, you're creating 2 more channels of stitching.
Got you. Yes, true enough. True enough. That is in navy. Right, black next. Black next. You could definitely do some like shopping bags, shoe bags, Robbie wellies, things like that. Make
Yeah, there's
bag
a
for
whole
them.
host. Now this is really nice, light and weight. So for instance, if you scrunch it up and you're putting it somewhere, for instance, also a great use for this is there's a lot of ladies and gentlemen who like to, when they're travelling, they like to have a face cloth. And obviously, if you're staying in a hotel and you forgot a sponge or something that's been in the shower, we've got like sandwich bags and all sorts of makeshift things. But if you were to make something in this,
Really good
then
idea.
it'd be a little thing that you could then put in, and then you could put in your suitcase, and then it won't transfer all the damp.
Yeah, that's a really, really good idea. Or if you like to use like the pool at the hotel, then you've got your wet swimwear that you need to put in your suitcase. Make yourself a quick like swimming bag.
In fact, I've just come up with a really nice idea. If you were, like our pressing mat, if you were to put one side of it a terry towel in, sometimes when you are at the swimming baths and you don't want to take flip-flops with you, and you know when you go into the cold changing room with a cold floor, make a little mat that you can stand on.
That's
and
extra.
then, well, it is extra, but
It is extra. I like it.
Yeah.
It's bougie.
yeah, I'd rather be in Gran Canaria and a pool there, because then, you know,
It's warm.
But yeah, but if
Yeah.
you're in, you know, if you're
I like
in
it when the
Surrey or
ground's so
Bognor,
hot you can barely stand on it. That's what I want, not this cold weather. The dark green, this is absolutely gorgeous.
Yes, it is
like a really deep bottle green.
yeah, again, for House of Ours, it's important that when we bring a product range, with most product ranges that we can do, we don't ever just like to bring one colour. So with this range, I think we've got something like 12 or 13 different colours for you to choose from. But this is your bottle green. Now, the other good thing about this, if anyone's into wreath making or costumes and that type of thing, especially for World Book Day, this is a fabric. For instance, I used this, and when I was making for the Royal Legion a display for somewhere, I actually used the red for the poppies, and I used the green for the foliage.
And again, you can keep it outside
Yeah.
and the weather's not going to damage
Because
it. What a clever
when
idea.
Ripstop doesn't fray, and when you cut it, you can heat seal it if you want, because it's a polymer, but literally it doesn't fray, and you can cut intricate shapes out of it and it will retain its shape. So you can
Yes.
create leaves and all sorts. If you're into your wreath making and you're wanting to do something, making flowers and that type of thing.
Could you use this to make like a pop-up, like a play tent?
Yeah.
For the garden? Oh, a play tent.
Yeah, you could make a little teepee out
Yes, a
of it. All
teepee
sorts.
would be fun. And it's a really good value fabric, 150 wide.
It's 150 centimetres wide, and again, this is all bespokely cut, so if you put 2 or 3 in your basket, you will get that piece. Now, the red, we've got a very small piece, but this is just to show you the colour.
Sure.
But you will get, it is 150 by a whole metre. Again, red's a really nice, vibrant colour. And this is a great, like the fleece, this is another great fabric if you do need to make a World Book Day costume, or you would just have a fancy dress thing to go to, and you need to just either put a big stand collar up and you want flames or whatever it is.
Always.
Yeah. Well, you know.
Also, I'm
Eurovision's
thinking
coming up.
like just a quick thing to take to the beach, because also you do get that kind of dampness coming up through the sand sometimes, depending on where you are. You could put this down first of all. Don't even hem it, just a piece of fabric. And I saw a great tip actually, where you kind of like, you scoop it into the sand. So you've almost like got a pocket of sand at each of the corners to hold it down, which I thought was super clever. And then put your beach towel on top. That's the red. Shall we do orange next? This is like safety tabard orange, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the next, so the orange, the lime, and the yellow, they could lend themselves to that. But again, really, really versatile. But again, if you're doing something, so for instance, like neon colours, very, very trendy. So you could use accents of this just to trim denim with a pocket, that type of thing. It is fantastic for linings.
Yes.
And it will be one of those things, because sometimes even cotton linings, even though you do wash the bag, the cotton lining still, whatever's been there, because you're not laundering bags all the time. So when you come to launder it, sometimes stains are a little bit harder to shift, whereas this stuff you can actually wipe clean. You can make tablecloths out of this.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
And it literally is just wipe clean.
Really cool. And again, you could do like a scalloped edge. Just cut it, draw it with a dinner plate, cut it out. You haven't got to hem it. And you could even punch through it with a hole punch or something like that.
Yeah, you can make messy mats out of it, all sorts.
Love that idea. Yes. Art table, craft table for the kids, for the adults. Let's enjoy a bit of crafting ourselves. The bright yellow. Don't forget Alison Marion's done a fabulous like shopping bags, different shopping bags using ripstop that fold away. It's a very foldable fabric, isn't it?
Yep, and also in her next hour that she's coming up with, the fidget cushions.
Yes.
This is a crackly fabric as well.
It is.
So it's quite a tactile fabric.
I like that. Now, collector in Manchester's message to say, will ripstop fabric take machine embroidery? No, because it would tear.
Well, ripstop, actually, one of the properties of ripstop is that, for instance, you can't actually...
No.
You can't actually tear it.
Okay.
But I would...
I go to the gym. Do you want me to try? No, I'm joking.
You can if you want. But literally, that is the property of ripstop. I would say I wouldn't necessarily put a full-on Disney character on, but if you're wanting to just put like a name or like an outline of something, I would still put stabilizer behind it, because what you're going to get with this, because it's so crisp and fine, you will, where the embroidery, around the embroidery, you will get a lot of sort of like puckering.
Okay.
So it won't, when you put the embroidery on, it won't lay completely flat.
I think we need you to experiment for us, please. Get yourself a bit and have a go.
Yes.
Before you commit to, you know, a full-on project.
Yeah.
Right, green next. This is a real fresh shade of apple.
Yeah, so we've got the lime green here, and again, really, really, really versatile. Think about garden furniture, or just simply you are wanting to make a giant playmat for the kids to be out in the garden outside, and it just means that, you know, you're not worried. Also, I've had blankets in the past where it's just a woolen blanket, and I've always been a bit choosy as to where I'm wanting to sort of like put it down.
Well, you think it's dry grass, and then you sit on it, and suddenly it starts seeping through. It's not pleasant.
Yeah, it's not a pleasant experience, but a little bit of this, that just protects the ground from the upper.
I know we talked about, obviously, the seams are, you know, a point of potential leakage a little bit, but do you think you could do things like bike covers or barbecue covers or something like that using this?
Yeah, I mean, the water, just because it's a seam, the water will penetrate through that seam. But if you're wanting something that's shower-proof, that's just
general
to keep,
cover up.
Yeah. It's not going to... I wouldn't suggest seaming something and then go out in a torrential downpour.
Right, or overwintering.
Yeah, or deciding to make a complete head-to-toe suit in it and think you're going to come out of a lake dry. I wouldn't suggest that's going to happen.
Right.
But it will, for the vast majority of things, water will just... It will glide, or it will just run off.
Yeah, I'd rather stick a poncho on made out of this than just be in my shirt. Do you know what I mean? Have that folded up in my pocket.
It's going to give you a lot of protection in that sense, yeah.
Love it. Right, bright pink.
Yeah, so you've got your hot pink, your lipstick pink.
Line dog coats with it.
A fantastic idea, yeah. And again, it will keep them, because that's all in one piece as well, and you're only sort of like seaming around when you're binding it. But again, really, really lovely.
Nice shopping bag. See, with nice straps and a pocket. Just a nice, lovely. Definitely lining the lunch bag.
Yeah, you can make flags out of this. So, for instance, if you've got some young pirates in your family, you might want to...
Which I do.
Yep, you might want to get some black and some white, and then cut out some skull and crossbones. And this will keep its shape, so when the wind catches it, it will stand up. Whereas if you were to make it out of cotton, it's just going to go boom.
Sure.
And then you'd have to put wire or dowel in the top to keep it up.
And then last of all, white.
Yep.
And I'm thinking baby changing mats, nappy bags, baby bags.
Make sure this is a great one to use if you're making shower caps. We did have a pattern bundle with the shower cap pattern in it. But again, this is a great lining for things like that. A great lining for makeup bags. It's got a whole host of different things. You can also make gaiters out of this, and if anyone who hasn't been a scout or a guide, gaiters, or a walker indeed, it's almost like a sock that you put over your shins, and it means if you're walking through things like nettles or wet areas, it means your trousers aren't going to get soaking wet.
Well, the other thing you can do, which I must confess I've got at home, are, I call them arm gaiters. So they're what would have been worn by, like, you know, the butler in the big house to stop your clothes getting dirty when you're doing things like cleaning or washing up or whatever. And it's basically just a sleeve with elastic at the bottom, elastic at the top, that you pull on over. So you can still wear them with gloves or just with your hands, but they will protect the sleeve of your clothes. You can make those with ripstop as well.
Well, it is. I mean, that's a great idea if you're popping to Pauline's to help her with her home dye. You've got
yes,
you can make that.
There you go, exactly. Or you're just a very messy eater.
Yes, if you're at one of those lobster houses, where they give you the bibs.
Alistair, I was in London last week for the Stitch Festival, and I went to a gorgeous Vietnamese restaurant. And after about 10 minutes, the owner came over and said, I think you'd be better off with that, and gave me a massive bib to put on. So there I was, sitting in the window of the restaurant, looking for all the world like a newborn baby, with my bib. But in fairness...
Was it a Pelican one, so anything you drop...
It had pocket. It had a pocket. Oh, yes, it had a pocket. Love it.
You went at the hairdressers? You went at the hairdresser?
No. It was a Vietnamese restaurant. Diane from Derbyshire says, use ripstop to make full circle Lego and toy bags. Yes. Or makeup bags using a cord and pull them up. Brilliant idea, Diane. Yep, brilliant idea. No, Vietnamese restaurant in Greenwich.
Oh, right.
Gorgeous. We actually, Charlie and I gate crashed their opening. So I just saw the restaurant, this was back in September, I just saw the restaurant was open, full of people having a great time. So in we walked, and I said, table 2, please. And she was like, oh, I'm sorry, it's booked only. I was like, oh, please squeeze us in if you can. And she let us. And then we realised that it was like a soft opening for family and friends. So all the food and everything was free, which was great. But I felt so embarrassed at the end of it all, because we gate crashed.
Well, when I was years ago, when I finished being a student, we all went for lunch, and there's a big Chinatown in London. Now, if you want to go to this restaurant I'm about to talk to you about, literally, it's at the very end next to the fire station, which is on the corner. Now, this restaurant is famous, and people come from all over the world to go there because the service is so rude.
Oh.
And they do, but you've got to go for dim sum when they're doing the lunch, because these ladies come round with their trolleys.
Oh, with the trolleys like in Hong
And
Kong.
they're stacked full.
Brilliant.
And you've got this piece of paper on your table, and they're like angrily crossing things off, and they bump into you with the trolley to show you that they've got something. And if you don't like it, they're like, like this.
And off they go.
Yeah, and off they go. But they're shouting constantly at you, and it's about getting you in and out.
Yes, of course it is. It's a quick meal. Love dim sum. Right, let's just quickly recap the pattern for the ladies at lunch. Apparently we go for dim sum.
Yes.
Yeah, or free Vietnamese food, ideally. I went back there last week and Charlie texted me and said, you do know you're going to have to pay for your lunch today, don't you? I was outraged. I don't think the picture, no criticism, but I don't think the picture does it justice because the sample is so gorgeous. I want to make this now.
And it should have 2 handles. That is just the fact that this was the half-finished sample that I hurriedly took when I was jumping on the train last night.
It's better than nothing. Now, we've also got loads and loads of different bias tapes, and you'll need bias for finishing the edges. So many colours, Alistair. Is this cut to order or is this in a pre-cut piece?
No, it's all cut to order. So, for instance, with this, now this is centrefold bias binding, and I'll just show you what I mean here. So this has been folded into the centre. And what this means is some bias bindings, which are a little bit more economical, you only get about a 5mm, if you're lucky, seam allowance inside. This has been folded right to the centre. Now, what that means, when you've got your work and you sandwich it in between, it means you've got 2 layers of fabric and 2 layers of fabric. So the transfer from what you're sandwiching inside doesn't come through. So, for instance, a great way of describing it is this is black on the wool mat, and this is the ivory colour, which is here. It's the same bias binding. It's the ivory colour that we've used on here, and you can see that you don't have that awkward transfer of the black. So you can put really dark colours with really light bias binding on here. So it's not the normal bias.
You've got full coverage there.
Yeah.
Just tuck that in where it belongs. There we go. See, I'm happy now they're all in rainbow order. Right, where would you like to start, Hannah? Start with purple. So once this is folded, is this 3/8 of an inch?
So this is a standard bias binding, which is usually about 25mm.
Oh, like about 1 inch wide, more or less.
And then obviously you half that measurement, and that's what you're going to end up as a trim if you're using it to.
150 per metre. Everyone who's checked out has multi-bought. How much would we need for the bag?
You're going to need, because you also use it in the inside.
Yeah.
I would say
3 metres?
I would say comfortably 3 metres, because when you start, because if you did 4 times 50, that's already a metre, and then you've got the edges as well to do.
It's wine time. Do you have wine time?
I used to.
Oh.
But then I've switched. Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah. I'm now vodka and Diet Coke, just because I was drinking too much wine, and it's the calories.
Yes. Yeah.
Exactly.
Red
but
next.
I still do partake. Not so much red wine these days, but a white or a blush.
See, Charlie and I, a bottle of wine will last us a week or more. It's like that much in the bottom of the glass. We're done.
That last half an hour in my house.
Honestly, that we are. It's not because we're lightweight. It's literally just a tiny little bit. Red, gorgeous. This is the one you used on the bag. Goes absolutely brilliantly with your tape as well, with your handles. It's an absolute staple, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's the red.
And again, if you're trimming a quilt and you put 8 metres in there, you will get an 8 metre continuous piece.
Brilliant.
So you're not having to faff around with making your own, which is also great if you're wanting to particularly match with your own fabrics. But this is all done for you, and it's centre fold, and it's not expensive.
No, it's not. 150 a metre, cut to order. Candy pink next. Right, that's that. Oh, this is nice, kind of like a baby pink.
Yes, you've got your pale pink, really, really nice, and then we've also got the pale blue version of it as well. So we try and bring as many colours as we can, just because, look, if you're looking for pink, we might not hit the nail on the head for your particular pink project, but we've got 2 pinks for you to choose from.
Sure, absolutely. There's the orange. I just love them, just so I can make a rainbow. Gorgeous. There's the orange. Well, and also if you want to do like a Hong Kong finish on like bound seams, which I just love. Got 2 different shades of yellow. This is gorgeous.
That's the canary yellow. So the canary yellow is slightly darker, more yolky.
Yeah, love that.
And then the yellow is a little bit more vibrant.
That's canary. And then this is yellow.
Yellow.
Yeah, this is the yellow. I'd love to use these with the ripstop and maybe scuba on the outside, make a fabulous lunch bag or two. A message from Dee. Oh, brilliant, brilliant. Dee's message says, I have used ripstop to embroider on. You are the person we need to speak to, Dee. I made initialed bunting. I did use wadding behind it and I secured it tight in the hoop, but it worked well.
Oh, well, there you go.
Thank you so much for messaging. Brilliant. Right, next up I've got that gorgeous Kelly green.
Yeah, so this one's emerald.
Emerald.
It's a really nice, rich. Some emeralds are really vividly bright, but this one is a sort of a more demure. It's a deeper.
It's more
emerald.
mindful.
Yes.
So demure.
Yes, it's not like those other girls.
No, I don't go to work with a green cut crease. I don't know about you.
And then
There
this
we
one's
go.
sage.
Sage.
So this is a really lovely one if you just want, you don't want something too dark, but you want something that's just going to blend in nicely. So this will go with your, if you've done a quilt top where you've got sort of like antique colours, you've got William Morris colours. This is a great one if you're doing sort of William Morris-esque.
Oh, agreed. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, indeed. I like that. That's a gorgeous colour, actually. That's a very me colour. Sue's message to say you could use tent sealant on your seam for the ripstop. It comes as a glue and a tape. What a top tip. Brilliant. Thank you, Sue. Next up, what colour is this?
So this is dark green, or DK green as we abbreviate
DK
it.
green.
DK green.
Love it. Double knit. Lovely. Next up, I've got the deep navy.
Yeah.
That's lush.
Really, really useful. And I think about, Father's Day coming up, that type of thing. Bias binding is just one of those unsung heroes. For instance, if you've got a really thick wool, and you've made a skirt out of it, and you're wondering how to finish it or bind it,
Yeah.
rather than putting an extra layer on,
Yes.
you can use binding straight on there. And I use a little tab technique. So to hide the join, I just use a little tab of it, and then I fold it underneath and hand stitch it to the back. And it just hides that little thing. Just really nice. A bit like a bow, the centre of a bow.
Yes, I get that. Nice. Royal blue next.
Yeah.
Vibrant, gorgeous. Again, look how well they go together. Absolutely spot on. £1.50 a metre.
Turquoise.
Turquoise, lovely.
See, I love my favourite colours at the moment. Well, not actually, they've been for years, but turquoise and orange, just to confuse everybody and sort of change my mind and answer my own question at the same time. But there we go.
Oh, gorgeous together. You sure they're your favourite?
They are. I love orange and turquoise together
Oh, me
because
too.
it reminds me of Egypt. Because ever since I was a little boy, I just was fascinated with the pharaohs and all sorts of things. And then I visited it and quite quickly changed my mind.
Oh, really?
A little bit. About
You know,
the
that's
country.
where Kaif's name came from. He was reading a book about, when he was a little boy, he was reading a book about an Egyptian boy called Kaif.
Gosh.
And so he decided to change his name to Kaif. Oh. I think also fascinated by Egypt. This is the baby blue.
Baby
Light
blue. So really, really, and that was
Try
awful.
and rise above it. Bruce just said fair enough. Oh, really?
Right. Yes. So this is baby blue.
Good.
Yeah. And then we're going to confuse everybody because now we have our sort of like tailoring colours, if you like,
Yes.
if you please.
Yes.
So we have starting from your end. So we've got the that's the dove grey.
Dove grey.
And then we've got slate.
We'll
grey.
just run through the graphics one by one. So, is that pale grey?
It could be called
We've got pale grey. We've got pale grey. We've got pale grey.
We've got pale grey.
You sure about that?
Fair enough.
You sure about that? Oh, stop. Stop.
Are you taking the Tutankhamun out of me? The next one is slate.
Slate.
And then we have our really useful black.
Going too fast.
Oh, come on, Hannah. Oh, we'll be here all day, love.
She doesn't work quicker, I'm afraid. The more you push her, she'll just slow down.
No, I know. Not since she joined back to you.
Oh, you ready now? Black.
Black.
Good. Black. Please tell me this is called espresso.
No, it's called chocolat.
That I will also accept.
I haven't called it chocolate, I've called it chocolat.
Chocolat, of course. Noir,
Noir.
chocolat.
Yes.
Good. Chocolate.
And the next
Chocolate. Everybody likes a bit of chocolate, don't
We
they?
do like chocolate, yes.
Chocolate biscuits. Chocolate. Next one.
Beige.
Oh, biscotti, come on.
Or latte. Or we could call
No,
it
latte
oatmeal.
maybe. Oatmeal,
Yeah.
I like. Biscotti better.
Sand, stone. But for the purposes of you purchasing at home, it is called beige.
Beige.
But it's a
Thank
nice
you.
warm one. It's not beige as in beige.
Ivory?
Ivory, yeah.
Good, ivory.
And then we have our white.
Oh. Swan.
Swan. I think we're taking liberties if we called it swan. Could call it marshmallow.
Marshmallow, I like. Charlie and I used to have great fun creating all of the colours for his hats. You know what we'd call them in the brochure. We would come up with all kinds of unsuitable names: slug, bandage, blister. We never actually used those names, but we just used to do it for our own amusement.
Yeah. So when someone asked me to describe this pink colour that somebody had, I went Germaline. And they went, you
Germaline.
cannot say that.
Yes.
And I said, it is. It's the
Yes,
colour
yes,
of Germaline.
yes. That's the colour. I use the term all the time when I'm giving my talk, because I knitted a cardigan for my mum once in Germaline pink.
Just take them
Take them as a whole thing.
Take them
there
as
we
a
go.
whole thing. 'Cause,
This is the hook and loop. This is the hook and loop. I'm not sorting this.
No, we're just going to point to them.
I'm
'cause
not sorting
I think
this.
they had an accident in the box. They were...
Let's do navy. Look, I'll try. Oh, if this upsets people, do tell me, won't you? There we go. This is cut to order. You get a metre and you get the hook part and the loop part.
Yes.
It comes in 2 halves.
It does come in 2 halves.
I'm going to sort this out now
This,
for
this
you.
is the guy's favourite job to do in the studio.
Not.
And somebody made a mistake of thinking, oh, I know, I'll get more cut if I take it out of the box. I went, no, it was too late. It ended up in this like giant sort of like ball, which we could not. Once we unstuck one bit and held it there,
Never get
we
it
were
back
doing
together.
another bit, and then it restuck to itself. So
This is such a great opportunity. Really, really good. This is the navy, and it's sew and sew.
yes,
It's the sew side.
It's not sticky, so you have to use a sewing machine or hand stitch it if you want to into place.
But I use a lot of this for Roman blinds, putting them up.
In fact, if you use this and you staple gun it,
Yeah.
honestly, Velcro or hook and loop, that is the best thing to actually do, because we use it a lot for when we do trade shows and
Yeah,
displays and
yeah,
things like that, and
exactly.
it does not come
Well, I
off.
sew one side to the blind, and then I staple the other
Yeah.
to the wooden batten. And I've had Roman blinds that will stay up for years.
Well, in fact, my son,
Brilliant.
we had an IKEA bookcase, and
Yes,
because
cover it.
Yeah, because small people, most of their clothes are folded. You don't hang them up.
No.
And literally, what I did was I measured and I created
Black
just
next.
Panels. And I did a Superman one, I did a Batman one, and I did all the
Oh,
different
brilliant.
characters. And then I used the Velcro, and that was how I kept the little flat curtain.
Yeah.
And it made it look a bit prettier than looking at all these T-shirts. Just, if I was you, I wouldn't take your top off while we're doing this.
I think everyone would be relieved to know that that was never a possibility. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Wax much.
That's the black.
That is the black. What next?
Yeah.
£2.99 a metre. Cut to order, remember. Usually you only find this black or white, don't you? And it's really nice to have it visible on a project. Oh, I really shouldn't have started this job, should I?
So
Red
that's,
next.
so that's your red, where we're there. So again, the red. Now, all these different colours, they're just, because it's very difficult to, you'll find black and you'll find white. You might get a cream and you might get like a brownie or an olive colour.
Yeah.
But most places just will not. And plus also, people just really do not like cutting this. Because it's one of those things, it's really useful,
Yeah.
but you can end up getting...
Oh, I think we've demonstrated why people don't like cutting it.
Now, a quick tip. Now, it was because the kids at the Lion King, the other dressers, because we use a lot of Velcro, and of course some of the costumes, there's a lot of thread that comes off them.
Right.
And obviously
So
sometimes the Velcro is not sticking anymore.
Yeah.
And they were like using these really odd sort of things. Get one of those hooked needles.
Yeah.
And then when you're trying to unblock your Velcro, use that to actually pull the hair off of it.
Like
And
a crochet hook?
No. So you know, like the curved needles.
Oh, a curved
like
needle.
the big
Yeah,
upholstery
yeah.
ones.
Mhm, mhm.
Use one of those, and that will do that. And that's great for kids' shoes as well, especially in the summer when the grass is being cut and they get loads of grass.
You see, you're
Sometimes
speaking
you
with the
just need to-
experience of a parent.
Yeah,
This is
sometimes you just need to
nothing
clean the Velcro out. But some
Makes
people
sense.
stand there and go, I can't actually get it. But if you get a needle,
It's a great
you just
tip.
get in there, then it pulls the threads out.
It's a great tip. This would also be really good to do things like wrist pin cushions, where you want to have them on a Velcro strap that you can just put around your wrist. But it's going to be on sites. This is orange, fluorescent orange. Fabulous. Or if you're
Or-
using a ripstop to make a tabard for walking,
Yeah.
for walking home from school, cycling, or even just for painting and kind of messy play at home, Velcro tabs.
Yeah.
Green.
Also, if you've got granddad or dad at home and get one of their old jackets, stick a load of Velcro on and get the kids to throw tennis balls at them and see and do a point thing.
Yeah.
I love that. If you've got a granddad at home, stick Velcro to him and get the kids to throw tennis balls at it.
Yeah.
You'll be old one day, Alistair. Would you want that?
I actually probably, I'm going to be the.
You'd be up for it.
Yeah, I would be. I think grandkids. Not now, Tor.
Not now.
That's my son at home. Not now.
Not now.
You're only just about turning 16. I don't want to be a granddad now. I haven't quite had my twilight years back from having to
Be a parent.
Exactly.
Your twilight years. Is that what they call them? Bright yellow, fluorescent yellow. Fab. I know what you mean, though. You get those ones where you get like sort of almost like a hat that you put on, don't you? Or like a balaclava that has them on, and then you have to kind of catch balls. I've played that. That's really fun.
Yeah.
I think they're quite light, though, aren't they? They're those like airflow balls.
Yeah.
That have, you know what I
And
mean?
in the 90s they had, because it's just reminded me, the two little, those colours, it was the disc you had in your hand.
Yeah.
And it was like half pink and half, it was the 80s,
Yeah.
early 90s. And you used to, it was a throwing game, and you had to catch it in the palm of your hand.
Can we just do this by pointing now, please?
Yes.
Right. Blue.
So that's the royal blue.
Yours will be separate. They won't have.
Yeah, so when you
blue.
buy royal blue, it doesn't include all the other
No,
colours.
it doesn't. What colour's this?
So that's wine.
Wine.
Mm-hmm.
Wine.
And then we have khaki, which actually, khaki is a really useful colour because this will go on black, it will go on greys, it will go in a lot of other different colours.
We've called it olive, but it is, yeah.
Khaki, olive.
Khaki. Got grey.
I think this one's called Dove, I think. So that one's called
This
Dove.
is called Dove.
This is called Dove. Dove grey.
Yeah.
And then this one is the cream.
Cream. Mink. And then we've got...
And then we've got slate.
Slate. I love the fact that we've got all these colours to choose from because I want hook and loop to show. And even if it's on the inside of a garment, you still see it. And it's so much nicer if it coordinates.
Yeah.
And of course, white to finish.
And then
yeah.
you've got white. And again, sometimes for the closure, if you think about it, with this, if you only need a square of it, just a metre, you've got tons to use. It's just really, really...
Yeah, really cool, really cool. Now, do check out your baskets. Now, don't forget, we've also back in stock the original wool pressing mat from House of Alistair. Now, this is the one that I've got. that I take to all my classes and workshops. I have it in my studio, absolutely brilliant. I've only got 5 of these left. We managed to get this back in stock, but there are 5 left. You can machine wash this on a wool wash. You can fold it, you can roll it.
Yep, just keep it away from your friends at your craft group, because this will go walkies. Because once people actually, I would say look at this 5-star reviews, but obviously with other homes that I've had are no longer with us, those reviews obviously don't exist online now.
Right.
But literally, when you get this and you use it, you will be converted. And we've had so many lovely customer messages coming in when we brought these back. They were going, this is a game changer.
I know, I must admit, I thought, when you gave me, I thought, oh, aren't they meant to be thick? I thought it was going to be thick, like a big thick mat. And then I realised that actually, A, you don't need the thickness if it's a quality wool, and this is so much easier to roll and fold.
Yep.
And then we've also got the big boy. This is the Master Tailor version, which is bigger than a big ironing board. So I would definitely use this on top of my ironing board. Loads of space there for pressing, for laying out. It could be a whole row of blocks for a quilt. You get the flattest press on these wool pressing mats.
Yeah, and the large one, for instance, if you're doing your lay, just make sure when you're cutting, you're very careful you don't cut through your mat. But because this acts like the calico that I've said to you, which adds abrasion, it means your pieces aren't going to slip. So when you're cutting smaller pieces out, they're going to stay in situ and they're not going to move around.
Brilliant, brilliant. And a £20 saving today as well on that. Should be $99.99. You pay $79.99 today. Thank you so much, Alistair. It's been a joy.
It's over.
Amazing.
Sorry.
I know, the time flies. The time flies. It's been brilliant.
I was going to make... right, well, we'll bring this back now. We'll make this and then you can see how it's put together.
Great. It's all in the pattern as well, of course. Right, we're going to go to a break now. When we come back, Alison Marion will be joining me for the final hour of this morning's Sewing Street. So please don't go anywhere. I will see you after this.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Tune in for the launch this Wednesday for Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
A lot of people ask me, what dress size pattern should I buy, John? Because I never know. I can't answer that for you because if you go by your commercial shop bought dresses, if you go into different shops, Wallis, Marks and Spencer's, Topshop, any of those, size 14 in every single one of those shops will be a different size, depending on the designer, depending on the pattern cutter and the pattern grader. What you need to do when you're making your own clothes is don't think, oh, I buy 14 from Wallis, I'll make a size 14. What you need to do, and this is the sign of a good pattern, what they have is they have your body measurements, which are the ones that you have to go to. Now, it's sometimes a little bit depressing because you buy a 14 in a shop and on a pattern it could say that you're an 18. Ignore that, nobody will ever see that. What you go by is your bust, waist and hip measurement on the pattern, and then if it's a good pattern, underneath it, it will tell you the finished size of the dress, which shows how much ease it's got. So what you can do is you can look at, say you look at this one and you say, oh, 100 bust, 82 waist, 106 hip. Obviously that's in centimeters. You think, yes, I'm going to make myself a size 16. You then look at the finished size here of the size 16, and you can see that you've got 12 centimeters ease around the bust, you've got a good amount of ease around the waist, and a lot of ease around the hip. Then what you do is you then look at the pattern, the finished size around your body, and you think, oh no, that looks like it might be too big. Then you can go down a size or up a size if you don't think it's going to be big enough. But the thing I always say is make a toile. Get yourself a bolt of calico and make a toile, and that's the way you'll make sure you buy the right size pattern.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Slip stitch is a hand sewing technique that's brilliant for closing turning gaps if you're leaving them in the bottom of a bag, but also sewing one piece of fabric to another, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So I've got a piece of fabric here that I've sewn together, and then I've left a gap for the turning gap. So that you can close this by machine, but I think if you do it by hand, you get a neater finish. So to do this, thread a sharps needle with some sewing thread and bring your needle out just a little bit along the seam. It makes it a bit secure. Leave an end on the right side, and you can just hold that down with your thumb. That stops it coming undone. And then work 2 or 3 small stitches on top of each other just to secure the thread. You can cut that off later. Now thread your needle under the fold of the fabric and out the other side. Then on this side, if you hold the 2 pieces of fabric together so the folded edges are level, push your needle just under the fold so you can see it's not coming into the front or back, just have the fold, and then into the fabric on the other side. Now take a vertical stitch going from one piece of fabric to the other and bring it out, and then back under the fold of the fabric so that all you're getting on the right side are these little vertical stitches. So this is why slip stitch is also known as ladder stitch, because you've got the long stitches that go under the fold that are the uprights of the ladder, and then you've got these vertical stitches that go from one to the other that are the rungs of the ladder. So all you need to do is continue working in this way all the way along. If you then pull that thread, that closes the gap, and to finish, again, just work a few small stitches, 2 or 3 on top of each other, just to secure the end of the thread. And that's how to work slip stitch.
Final hour on Sewing Street. Boo! But it's with Alison Marion. Yay! Hello.
Hi again.
Now, you mentioned earlier on that your grandson, Ollie...
He slept through my first show.
Very rude.
But he was under Nana's blanket, so he's forgiven.
Wake up, Ollie. Wake up. Right, Alison, this hour we have got the fabulous Twiddle cushions. But before we dive into that, get ready. You're going to need to be really, really quick. I have got boiled wool scrap bags. This is the A4 size. You get 10 A4 sheets of boiled wool, and these are the colours you get. What a gorgeous sort of country mix. Teal, soft heather, gold, this gorgeous sage green, the coral. Oh, yummy. Gorgeous kind of terracotta, apple green, a lovely creamy white and black. These are the exact colours you get, and you get an A4 sheet of each one. Now, be quick. Over 50% of the stock is already gone, and it's flying into baskets. These will go very, very, very quickly, so you need to be very quick to check out your basket. You're paying just £1.29, £1.30 per sheet for boiled wool. They are absolutely beautiful quality, and you've got that mix of colours, which is what you want.
From
now,
a mill in Yorkshire, they are.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Now, you've also got the selection of smaller pieces of boiled wool. Now, these are not guaranteed colours, okay? You will get a real mixture. This, I mean, probably
yeah.
ballpark.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same quality, same boiled wools, but look, all these different colours. So, if you love doing like wool applique, or you're making sort of bags or mixed media or any of those things, you've got all of these different pieces, loads and loads of different pieces.
That's why I try and vary the colours, so, you know, thinking of applique in mind.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, loads of different colours there. Look at the price, £7.49. Now, the thing is, often you only need a little bit, don't you? A little bit of black for an eye, or a little bit of green for a tree, or something like that. These are going to sell out very, very quickly, so I do need you to be quick, whether you're going for the small pieces or the A4 sheets. I will keep you posted. Now, I also have the Changing Seasons cable mats here, and I have a kit which, look, has all of the wool, all the boiled wool. Okay, is that to create
all
one?
three?
Or all three?
All three.
Wow, for £19.99, brilliant, and the pattern as well for creating all three designs, and I'll show you the designs. These are absolutely gorgeous. Now, if you like your jar candles, if you like your maybe wax melt or that kind of thing, burners.
Well, the Easter one there, I have a little dish with little Easter eggs in. Little foil covered eggs. Yeah.
Yes, you could have a little bowl there. You could have a votive. These are absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? 24th of Feb if you want to see a full demo, but you get all three, hugely popular. This pansy one, absolutely glorious.
That's May, and that's my birthday month, and it's my favourite flower. So that's why that one's on there. So we've got Easter is April, and obviously the daffodils and tulips are now coming out in March.
These are March.
Yeah.
It's just lovely. So you can make a whole year.
Well, I've got winter and spring done. Next will be summer. Yeah.
Lovely FIFO from Sherilyn on the Isle of Wight. She's beautiful fabric, a lovely pattern. My order arrived more quickly than I expected, and I am delighted with the product.
Oh, thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks, Sherilyn. Yeah, smashing. Can't ask for more. That's what you want. These are gorgeous. Over 20 of you with this in your basket. Remember, you are getting enough of this gorgeous boiled wool fabric to make all three of these. And they are absolutely stunning. These are all machine sewn. Could you hand sew?
Oh, absolutely, yes. And I've just straight stitched them. They would look nice if they were...
Or blanket stitch would be nice.
That's the one. Where did that go?
Into my head.
Yes.
Yeah, you could do blanket stitch, couldn't you?
Yes.
Really nice, by hand or machine, actually. Lovely project to sit and sew. Really nice, really nice. And I love the jar candles.
Yes.
And I also have some of the, like the, you know, the oil diffusers?
Yes.
It comes out like steam almost.
Yeah.
That would go on there, lovely. Or a little vase of flowers, little posy vase of flowers. Look. Oh, Bruce, you've absolutely surpassed yourself. Look. You've gorgeous. Thank you, Alison, for bringing in the lovely props. £19.99. Brilliant, brilliant price. Stock is dwindling. Stock is dwindling. I think that's great value for £19.99. Now, if you'd like the pattern on its own, physical pattern, £9.99, all three. Again, great value, but I just want to say that to say you're paying £10 for all the fabric to make all three, honestly, I don't want to take anything away, Alison, but honestly, that is stonking value. Get the kit. Get the kit. You know, I don't want to say this, but don't buy the pattern on its own if the kit's still available. Only buy that if this sells out.
Yes.
Don't you think, though?
Yeah.
Really, for the value, it's amazing because you can make all three of these and they're delightful hand-sewn projects or machine-sewn. And of course, wool felt doesn't fray like felt.
No, it's a lovely stable fabric to do, yeah.
So you can just machine straight stitch close to the edge as Alison's done and everything's secure. Gorgeous. Really gorgeous. There is a digital pattern if you want, but again, honestly, I would get the kit if you possibly can. Okay. Let's talk about fidget cushions, Alison. And I wonder, will you come and join me? Come and join me. Because these are brilliant. Come over for a little fidget. These are brilliant. Tell me about fidget cushions. What are they? What do they do?
Well,
Why would you make them?
it came about because a friend of mine had a mum in a care home and she was obsessed with zips. So she said, can you do me a cushion with a zip on the outside? I said, yeah, no problem. So I thought, well, why just do that? We'll sort of go one step further. So my original one was with the two zips on the front, and we've got the scrunchie. That actually is the packaging because it's very crinkly. Yeah, so you've got that. And also people with that need something to do. You know, it helps. And I'm thinking, you know, unfortunately, my dad's at that stage. I didn't know that at the time when we were doing these. And also, we've got a book cushion, but my friend's mum had photos in there.
Oh,
so you know,
love that
just memory
idea.
things for that. Yeah.
You've got that pocket in the back as well. There is a zip inside, but it's sort of concealed under the pocket.
I purposely did that because of her obsession with zips. I didn't want the zip for the cushion on the outside.
Yeah.
So that's.
But there are zips
underneath
there.
Yeah.
I think it's a really fantastic idea, isn't it?
Well, you can just throw everything at it.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what's in the kit. But if you want to throw anything else at it, but I will say everything's got to be age appropriate.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. You know who you're making it for.
Yeah.
I wonder if could you add things like a mirror? Could you add
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Photos on fabric.
Well, I've got some of the plastic. Because if they're going to be washed, I thought the photo could come out and then it can just be washed with the plastic.
Brilliant idea. Now, what we've actually got are 4 different kits to make the ones we're showing you. So we'll start off with the one that I'm doing. Brilliant. Thanks, Alison. So, you like the Debbie McGee to my Paul Daniels. So here's the kit. You've got the job. This is to actually make this very one here.
Yeah.
Now, the embellishments that are on it come included, and they are different embellishments depending on the different kits.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you want all of these embellishments that you can see here and the fabric to make the whole cushion, do I get the long zip?
Yes.
And the short, all of these bits
everything.
For
You just need the cushion
£21.99.
pad once you've finished. Oh, and a bit of interfacing, lightweight interfacing. Because
Brilliant.
obviously these need stabilising a little because they're going to be pulled out.
Absolutely. I'll show you what you get inside. And there's also, in addition to the pattern, isn't there? There's instructions on how to make it into a lap. Lap blanket.
Yeah, which is this one here. If anybody wants to make it into it, there's enough to make it into a lap, like little quilt as well. And with a little triangle of fabric, I've got a sample over there, that's put in the corner to weight it so that if it's on the lap when they're actually using it, it'll help hold it
Keep
down.
it there.
Yeah.
So this is plastic.
The plastic
pellets,
pellets.
which we've got on the show. We'll show you those in a minute.
But this one, because it's flat, I've put in prairie points and all sorts. As like I say, you can throw all
You can
sorts
really
at
adapt it, can't
Yeah.
you? Absolutely fab. I'll just show you what's in the kit. So in your kit, you get your pattern, and then you also get your fabric, front and back. You get your long number 5 zip.
And I've actually made them longer so that you don't have to worry about your zip pull. You know,
Great.
you haven't got to lift your foot and put. I've given you longer ones so that it's easier to put in.
Very thoughtful. You've got your zips. These are for the front of the cushion as well. And then inside, you have got all of the sort of fun activities from the front. So you've got different pieces of ribbon and tape. You've got this fabulous beaded trim.
I'll show you how to secure that.
Brill, buckles, bells.
If you've got a reactive dog, you might not want to put that in. My
Sorry,
dog's
everybody, I should
fine.
have said.
Mine's fine, but
Oops, what a brilliant idea. I worked with a lot of people with dementia as a nurse, and these would be great. Thank you, Alison, for making these. That's from Maggie and
oh,
Ayrshire.
thank you, Maggie. That's lovely.
Yeah, great activity. Also, you know, for kids, if you, I mean, I think as well, sometimes people with anxiety.
Yeah, just need something. Yeah,
helpful
yeah.
to have something. I mean, worth a try, isn't it? Absolutely worth a try. All sorts of different chenille. There's big chunky wooden beads in there. Look, even, I thought you had to make this, but look, it's a little
zip
clip-on
pull, yeah.
tassel. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. As always, Alison, you do the incredible hard work of sourcing all
I don't
these.
make my life easy.
You don't, but it makes our life easy at home when we come to make these, which we love. $21.99. I think it's superb, absolutely brilliant. You also get, of course, some Velcro there for creating your little. There it is. So this also, as well as squeaking, it also lifts up and down. So you really have thought there's lots and lots of different dimensions to this.
And like I say, the crinkly packaging also you use in that one if you want to do want to do that.
A message from Gail in Surrey. She says, I made a blanket years ago while working in a special needs school. Feedback was good, but no small buttons. Everything needs to be large. It's a good point, Gail.
Well, yeah.
You know who
Also,
you're making it for.
yeah. Also, if you were doing it for really young children, you wouldn't put on these beads and these googly eyes. You would do this with felt. You could still do it, but you would do it with felt. So anything that can be pulled up, yeah. You know who you're making it for.
I suppose the thing is, Alison, as well, when you're making these, you can remake them in the future. You can adapt them. You know, if need be, you can take apart the original if it's no longer suitable and adapt it perhaps with larger or simpler or, you know, or also as well, like if there's a particular, like you realise there's a particularly favoured thing that your recipient likes to do.
More
of that.
Yeah.
More of that.
Yeah.
I think things like Prestuds, I like the click of a
Yeah.
Prestud.
Yeah.
You know, stuff like that. Right, so that's that kit. Absolutely loads. Absolutely loads. Now, there's also sort of same fabric, but with a black background. I'm regretting getting everything out now because I've got to put everything away.
Would you like me to do that?
Oh, Alison, would you mind? I'm sure you've done more than enough of these.
That's the black one.
You know where everything goes. Right, here's the black one. Here's the black version. So this has maybe slightly different fidgets there. I like this. I like this.
Yeah, that's on
This is
elastic.
cool. Very good. Fluffy, marabou, beads. Got your little ring there. Almost like a buckle. This is very, very well thought out. Lynn says, I've had 2 of Alison's cushions and made more of them. My autistic grandchildren love them. Well worth the purchase.
Oh,
That's
thank
brilliant.
you.
Thanks,
That's
Lynn.
lovely, Lynn. Thank you.
Donna's messaged in, my uncle had a stroke and this would be great for him to practice his... Oh, Donna, I'd never even thought of this. Practicing fine motor skills during rehabilitation. What a brilliant, brilliant way to use it.
Well, you could also, if you didn't want to put in the squeaker, you could also put a buttonhole there with a button underneath so that you could do the buttons.
I mean, actually thinking about it, when I was at primary school, I learnt to tie my shoelaces.
Yeah.
We used to have like a shoe outline
Yeah.
with a lace up that you would tie a bow. And so actually things like that as
That was
well.
good, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, brilliant idea, as always, Alison. Fabulous. So you get all your fabric, you get all of your fidgets, I'm going to call them
Yes.
now. You get all of your fidgets included to reproduce this version. So you get your fluffy, you get your beads, you get your wooden beads, your little tassels, your gold buckle here. You get all of those bits and pieces, plus, of course, your zips and your fabric. All of that included. Now, next up, I have got a version with fabulous pink fabric. Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah, you don't want to see that. The book is in there.
That old book. So this pink version, all of your fidgets are all slightly different depending on your kit. But if you buy the pink kit, these are the fidgets you'll get. So this little diamante buckle.
Isn't that cute?
Really cute. Really cute. And you get your little heart buckle as well. Again, that you can slide along. Your little tassels, your zips, buttons, everything.
We're going heart themed on this one, obviously.
Totally get it. Totally get it. Sandra's message from Norfolk. Morning. Fidget cushions are a great idea. These would be great to make out of charm squares as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
Once you've got your kit, you've got your pattern, and of course then you can have the fun of finding.
Yeah.
Might even be as well that your recipient has maybe like some coat buttons from a favourite coat.
Well, specific things, yeah.
Yes, that you can talk about.
Favourited items.
Hi both, says Wendy Jane. I work for a hospice and would love to make and sell these on behalf of the hospice. Would this be possible?
Oh, absolutely, yes. Yeah, definitely.
You must feel very proud when you see your mates being lovely, isn't it?
Lovely to think that people not only want to make them for themselves, but to, to do
brilliant.
that.
Really brilliant.
And a really good way of fundraising. Because,
it's a great way of fundraising.
because you don't need an awful lot. I mean, most people have got button tins and things like that and scraps of fabric. And I mean, you can mix it up. I mean, on this one here, look, we've got a mixture of plains and patterns.
Yes.
So, you know.
Yeah, you really could have a lot of fun making these, and actually also maybe make it with the recipient as well.
Yeah.
You know, again, you know who you're making it for. If you could get together and make, I'm all for collaborative stuff.
Yeah.
I love it. That's that one, and then I've saved my favourite till last. I think this is brilliant. I love the fabric.
I need to get the fabric out because this is exceptional value.
How cool is this?
You only use a fraction of the panel.
Oh, look at that. So this comes with a panel. Oh, Alison, this is really special. Look at that.
So you can choose what you use for each of the squares. They can be the same or different.
I love that.
But this one here, look, I've taken that out, and this is going to be one for my dad.
Oh,
so
that's
I shall do that,
lovely.
and I'll put it on the back. But also, you don't have to have it monochrome. I did this with fabric pens.
Oh, you coloured it in?
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
And then just set it with an iron.
This is very cool.
That is
very cool. I love this panel. Gosh, I'd buy this just for that. Really cool. You, in this pattern, you do. No, it's got we were just deciding whether you got the pattern for the
Yes, you
mat.
do. Yes.
You do. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
I will say with this one, you don't, because it's this is an updated pattern.
Right.
But if anybody wants the instructions that is now in this new pattern, my details are on here. You can email me and I can send you details. Just give me your order number and I'll
Thank you. Oh, that's
send it on.
great. That's really cool. That's really cool. Love that. This I really like as well. I like this idea with the buttons trapped
Well,
behind
if you've got
the
young
netting.
children, I mean, it's a good fidget activity, isn't
Yeah,
it? But behind
yeah.
the net, you don't have to worry about them pulling them off.
Yeah, yeah. Lots of different ideas again. And you're seeing these different adaptations, you know, of how you can use the same pattern and just reconfigure
I'll bring these.
your activities.
We can, because you can also, with the zip, you don't, those ones are just sewn on top, so, but you don't have to do that. You can actually make it a pocket just by putting the zip in like you normally would with the two halves of fabric.
Oh, yeah.
And then you've actually got a pocket to put something in. You can put the zip further up so that you've got a deeper pocket or something like that.
That's a cool idea.
And we were
yeah.
saying about photos.
My mum always wanted tissues. She always had
Yes.
to have a tissue
Yeah.
with her. So for her, a pocket
Yeah.
with a tissue, brilliant.
Yeah. And we said about photos, this one is with the plastic that you can buy, and because you're going to wash it,
Yeah.
and you can change the photos. So it's just a piece of the plastic, and you sew it onto the square before you actually assemble, because basically it's a 9-patch.
Yeah. Yeah. Really clever.
Yes.
So adaptable, so much fun as well. I've got one more kit. Got one more kit, which will be the boxed kit. So this is the old style, old instructions. So this doesn't have the suggestion of making it into the weighted lap.
No, that's right. But I'm happy to send on that if you wanted to do that.
Brill. And what fabric do we get in here?
The blue dot, this one.
Ah, got you. Lovely, lovely. And a range of fidgets in there as well. Fabulous.
But this is the corner, the weight
Okay.
that's put in with this one. Because you bag it out.
Yep.
And then you tuck these in and then just sew them in at the sides. And that just gives it a little weight for when people are using the top.
Got you. Fab. Now, I have got a bag with fidgets inside it. It's not a phrase I was expecting to say today, Alison, I've got to be honest. But I'm just thinking about a lovely viewer that messaged in saying, could I make these and sell them for the hospice? If you want to make a load of these, you need a load of fidgets. And this is no instructions for the whole project, but what you do get in here is a big zip, a couple of smaller zips, loads of bits and bobs. Squeakers, ribbon, beads.
Got the net to put your buttons behind.
Trims in there.
Pom-poms on that one.
Gorgeous. Love those. And there is an instruction sheet which gives a few ideas for how you might use the fidgets, but not complete instructions for making the fidget cushion. But that's a really great thing to buy. It would sort of get you started, wouldn't
That
it?
in that kit is basically what's on this.
Oh, amazing.
So that's what you get in the kit. You get a couple of the elastics and the zips.
That's really cool.
Cords.
I like it with the
Prairie points,
prairie
yeah.
points as well.
It's just something else to fiddle with, isn't it?
This is great as well, though. It's such a simple idea.
Yeah.
Love it. Really clever. Now, do you want the pattern on its own? Do you want the pattern on its own? I bet you do. I do. Pattern on its own. If you're making it for young children, making it for older children, making it for young adults, older adults, very, very adaptable. Very adaptable.
Noisy, isn't it?
Me again. Sandra, you can message as many times as you like, my darling. Another thought, they would be great to make as a memory cushion with fabric from old clothes. Oh, yes. Yes.
Yeah.
I think that could be a very emotional
It would, yeah.
couldn't it? It could be quite an emotional journey making this cushion.
Yeah.
So, you know, but really, really worthwhile. I think it's just a lovely, lovely idea. Physical pattern is $9.99. Going to set us off, Patricia. I can feel myself going now. Hello, Stuart and Marion. I bought the pattern to make a quilt for my 90-year-old mum in hospital after suffering a stroke on her birthday, 10th of February with dementia. Oh. Sending you loads of love. But sometimes making something is a comfort to yourself as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, when I first did them, I never thought I would be making one for my own dad. But, you know,
yeah.
life gets in the way sometimes.
No,
doesn't
it does. It does. Tracy from Shropshire's got in touch to say these cushions would be great for babies on tummy time.
Well, and
or
in the
high
car as
chair.
well. In the
Yeah,
car as well.
great
I'm going to
ideas.
make one for Ollie.
Yeah, it's like a
even
sort of
though he
busy
doesn't
book,
watch
isn't it?
Nana on the telly.
I mean, what can you do? Really, honestly. As soon as he's old enough, you'll have to give him a jolly good talking to.
Yes.
Oh, no, but you're right, Tracy. There's loads of ideas. It could be like an activity, playtime. I do love the idea of tummy time, by the way.
Yeah.
Is that just for babies? If it is, it shouldn't be. No, it's great. It's gorgeous. I love it. I love it. You can get a digital download of the pattern as well if you prefer.
I'll go get ready.
Oh, yes, please. Thank you. If you want a digital download, here's the item number. It's different to the printed version. Instant payment, instant download. So you could be making this afternoon. £9.99. Raid your button box, raid even old clothes. You know, you might find a buckle on something or a zip that you can take out of clothes that you're not going to wear again and turn them into a fidget cushion or a lap blanket. Love the idea of weighting the corners as well. Really nice idea. It's great. It's really clever. You might be a primary school teacher or a TA. You could have a few of these. You know, sometimes when kids, I remember this well, from when children actually just need a distraction activity because something's upset them, something's thrown them off whack. It's just a bit of space with something
And
to
it's
do.
soft, you can cuddle it.
Yeah. I think we all want one now, Alison. I think we all want one now. Right, let's go to demo.
Okie dokie.
If we may.
Yes. Well, as I said, it's basically a 9-patch. And each of the 9 squares has got an activity in it. But you start off with your squares, and your squares have some lightweight interfacing in it. You need that really because it's going to be pulled about and there's the activities on it. So you're going to do that. So you start off with your square.
We'll put some interfacing on screen. I think that's a really, really smart suggestion,
Yeah.
Alison.
And then your interfacing goes on the back of your 9 squares. Yeah.
That's brilliant. Thank you.
Okay, the
Even a little bit further
interfacing
if
goes
you
on the back of... Oh, well, I'm going on to this
Sorry,
now.
Lee. Yeah, of course, yeah.
So that's where you start. You've got your squares. And then I always use an applique mat when I'm doing anything with fusing. Like with the Bondaweb this morning, I always put one of these on my ironing board.
Yeah.
Because... Oh, it doesn't really make a mess if you get your Bondaweb on your ironing board and it's very difficult to get off. So I always use that when I'm doing that. But you get your 2 pieces for your cushion. So this is the larger piece and I folded that in half and then stitched along the top to make the cushion book pocket at the back. I'm getting all my teeth mixed up.
Love that there's a book pocket at the back.
Well, it's like they put the lady that I originally made it for, she put in photographs. So you can, if you've got this plastic, because it might be washed quite a lot, you could put photos on the fabric, but then you've only got the one photo. Whereas if you put your photos in a couple of pieces of the plastic, then you can change the photos around, or you can have several photos in the pocket, and they can be handled. And all you have to do with this plastic is just stitch around the outside edge, which I've done with one here. And then you just treat it as a piece of the pocket, or you can have one like this and then you can just stick it in the pocket at the back. So you could have several of those.
Fab. We've put the clear supple PVC. It's a fat quarter, so there's loads there. Actually, you could make lots of these little pockets.
Yeah. So with your squares, with all the activities, none of them are difficult to do. So this one here, this particular kit, you get 3 pieces of this lovely stuff. This reminds me, did you have candlewick bedspreads when you were little? That, and I used to lay in bed doing this through my nan's.
Yeah.
And I loved it. When I found this
What
yarn...
colour? Can you remember the colour?
Oh, it was pink roses.
Pink, yeah.
It was like a cream background, but there were pink roses.
Lovely,
Yeah.
lovely, yeah. They were that or like a candy pink or cream, like a buttery cream.
And they have swirls and everything round, don't they? So, yeah. So you're just
that
going
and
to
the candy
stitch that.
stripe flannel sheets.
Yes. Oh, I've still got some of those.
Gorgeous.
I don't use them. They're in my sewing room for a project.
Oh,
At some point.
okay.
So you're just going to stitch through that.
Straight stitch or a zigzag?
Straight stitch, and then you're going to just fluff that one up there, and your stitches disappear. So I'll just cut the edges off. To make the one with the scrunchy bit in the middle.
Oh, yes.
You've got, it's best to use something from your stash for that, to make sure that you've got enough fabric. But what you do is you find your centres on all sides, because this piece that is the top goes bigger.
Okay.
So that you can make a fold, because what you'll do is you're going to find your corner and you'll pin that in, and then you'll fold this corner and pin that one, and then just fold that in the centre, and that gives you the bit that actually takes the whatever it is you're going to make the noise with. I mean, as long as you wash them and you open them out, you can use like a packet of crisps or something like that.
Fair enough.
But what you need to do is you need to open it out. You don't want a bag inside. So even when you're using a bag that your kit comes in, you don't want to use that as a bag. Open it out and then scrunch it up, because when it's washed, you don't want a bag to fill up with water and then not be able to empty it.
That's such a good point. I was thinking, why not a bag?
Yeah, because it'll fill with water.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, and then it'll be on your lap.
What's this big lump in the middle of my cushion?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't bring a bag with me. That was clever, wasn't it? Have we got a spare one there?
What's that, my love?
To go in
Squeaker?
here? No, the bag.
Oh, yeah, do you want, yes, I have got a bag. There we go.
So I'm making this pocket, and I'm now stitching within the seam allowance. Because
I just got to open it up. We don't want this filling with water now, do we?
Sorry, Hannah.
She's moaning.
She hates these bags.
She's moaning. You can't make an omelette without breaking eggs, am I right?
That's right, yes. I'll remember that next time.
Yeah. Quieter bags, please.
Yeah. It does go, I think it does go rather loud in the gallery, doesn't it?
But also things like Insulbright wadding,
Yeah.
also
Yeah.
crunches and crackles like that.
So now we'll just scrunch that up and put that inside, and then we'll go around the outside here. And because it's
Give it a good
easy,
squish, Alice.
yeah, no, sorry, I am sorry, Hannah.
Don't apologise. You scrunch as much as you like.
There we are. So we got that one there. Something else I want to show you. Oh, I'll cut that off because that's not needed there. And that's not needed there. I mean, there's another bit there I could put up the top as well. But something that I've put on, and I'll just show you how to secure these, because if you leave the edge of this beaded fringing, when it gets pulled, they can come off. So what you need to do is we'll cut those two off because we don't need them right the way out there. And then when you get to the bottom here, if you pull them from the bottom, you're going to take the beads off. And obviously you need to take them out so that they're away from your seam allowance.
Okay.
So I'm going to just take that one out there. We'll pull that one out. And what you need to do is when you're stitching them, you're going to pull these out here so that you don't get them in under your sewing machine.
We
that.
wouldn't want to hit a beaded tassel
Yeah.
with a needle. No.
Well, have you ever sewn sequins? I've never sewn sequins, so I don't know what it's like, but I should imagine it's a nightmare. I've never done it.
Or like beaded fabric. You have
Yeah.
to smash that with a hammer.
Right, so now we've got this long one, but if that's just left like that, they will still come off. So what you do is, in the seam allowance again, is you'll do a few stitches, lift your foot and make sure that that goes over. Lift your foot, bring the thread back again. So basically you're weaving
what a clever tip.
over your thread. And again, and you can do it half a dozen times, and that will secure the end of your beads so that they don't come off when they're being fiddled with. So I do that a couple more times.
I suppose
But
that's
now
the
that-
thing, isn't it? Sew everything really,
Within
really
an inch of its
securely.
life, yes.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Slightly shorter stitch length?
1.8 I use.
1.8.
Yeah.
I do the same, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've just added the fidget accessories to the basket, and also along with cushions, I will make a lap quilt, as some of my patients are in chairs. That's a great idea, Wendy
Yeah.
Jane.
So I'll just take these off and do this one
A lot
this
of people
side as
excited
well.
to make these. Sharon has a message to say, loving the fidget cushion I've ordered to make for my granddaughter. It's the blue dot one. Didn't realise it was the old pattern. How do I get the lap instructions, please?
You'll have my email address on the instructions, so just give me an email and I'll send you the details
Yeah,
through.
just mention the order number
Yeah.
when you message
Yeah.
Alison, and then she can send you those instructions. Thank
That's it.
you.
So I'll take them out of the way. I'll make sure that you have to make sure that all your activities are well out of the way for when you're actually stitching round the outside.
Yes.
This one here, there's several ways of doing this. This one, I'm going to put the squeaker. You put it in a little bit of wadding, make it in a little parcel of wadding so that it doesn't keep, going round the inside of the bag. But this one, I've made a little square bag. There are instructions how to do this. And then I've made a little tube, and that's going to go on there, and I'll just stitch along the top. Ooh. I would like to. There we go. I mean, I would go backwards and forwards and secure it better, but
Is that the sort
because
of thing
of
you do as
time-
well? Short stitch and go back and forth a few
Yeah.
times to make
Yeah.
everything super resilient.
So then when you've got, these are some of the other activities that are in some of the kits. We've got some wooden beads with some cord. We've got the zips again, and the zip pull I've put back with pins. This is a piece of ribbon with the buckle, so I've put zips in here. This one has got bells on it on a piece of ribbon, so I've put that in so that it's not going to get underneath the stitch in. And we've got some ribbon here just folded, and then we've got the face. So then you've got to decide where you, I mean, I'll put this one in the centre because that's where it's easy to get to. But I mean, if you're in a car and you don't want noisy stuff, you might not want to do that. You might want to put buttons or a piece of net with some buttons
Yeah.
or something like that. So we'll sort this out, and we've got the face there. So we've got that one there, and that one there, and this one, which is the squeaker. I'll just put that, we want that to be in about the middle, so I'll just put that there and stitch that in place. So that's the front finished. You
Well.
just, like I say, you can keep going.
So you then sew the 9 squares together.
Yeah. So you'll do your rows like we did with the quilt. You'll
Yep.
do your top rows, and then you'll do the centre and this one, and then you'll just sew the rows together. But what's the time? No, we won't have time for that. But I just want to show you how the actual thing goes together.
Oh yes, thank you.
Because we've got this one, which is the pocket, and then we need this.
We need the zip.
For the zip to go in. I'll put that over there a minute. So I'm going to fold this in half. And because we need this to go into our pocket, the zip is 5 inches down. So here I am with my trusty, this is another thing I always rave about.
Yes.
These. I've got the 12-inch one as well,
My
but they're
father-in-law's got the
fabulous.
same one, he loves it.
Yeah, absolutely fabulous. You don't have to put any pressure or anything, it's just with your hand. So as I said, you've got the... I've got two. I think that might have been out of your kit.
Oh, there is. You can have it. You can have it.
But I've given you extra long zips so that, as I said, you don't have to fuss with this because you're going to leave your zip pull out until you've actually finished your stitching.
Great.
So I'm going to add the zip to the cut that I've just done. So I need my, that's it. So I've got the zipper foot on the machine. I mean, if you feel happier, you can pin this, but we tend to, tele-sewing is a bit of wing in it really, isn't it?
It is, a little bit. The kit that Alison's using, by the way, is this one right here. You've also got the little handle at the top so you can carry your fidget cushion around with you. Very important, that. And you've got your pocket at the back for maybe a book, or it could be a journal or photographs. You can just pop a drink in there, you know, it could be sweeties. TV remote control. Teething ring, you know, if you're making this for baby or a toddler, that could be a teething ring. Obviously, adapt what you sew on, your fidgets, depending on who you're making it for. Very popular though. If you want to get this version, be quick. There are other versions available. The gorgeous pink hearts. My particular favourite is the sort of neutral knitting themed. Fabulous panel in there, really cool. There's also, like the original, but with a black background. And then there's one of the very original ones with the blue spot on it. Remember, that doesn't have the instructions to make it up into a weighted blanket, but if you let Alison know your order number and email through to her, she will send on the details for how to make it up into a blanket. Very kind of you.
So I've done one side and I've top stitched to keep the fabric away from the zip. I'm just doing the other side now. This is such an easy way to do a zip, isn't it? When you're not actually insetting it into anything. And also I've made the fabric, this piece, bigger so that depending on your seam allowances and things like that, you know, I've not made it so that it's exact.
Wiggle room.
Yes.
Love it.
That's the word.
Love it.
So I've done that right sides together and now I've just got the zip showing and I'm going to top stitch that.
You know, it tickles me really because I see myself in this. The number of really experienced sewers, particularly quilters, who avoid zips, who won't do zips,
oh, no,
who've
I
never done a zip. And I was like that for years.
Yeah.
As soon as you do a zip, you think, why have I avoided this? It's easy.
Stuart, I can remember seeing you when you said on TV, I've never made a skirt.
Oh, yeah, well, yes. yes, you're right. A-line or otherwise.
Yeah.
It's true enough. Last couple of minutes, Alison.
Yeah. So that goes on there and then you treat that as one piece.
Ah, bro.
And that's it, really, because you've got your 9 patch that you've done for the front.
Yep.
That you're going to join at the top. And then your
So
handle goes on the top.
On. You just make sure that your zip pulls
Yeah.
inside.
Yeah, and you need it open as well. You
Yes,
need it
of
open.
course,
So,
yeah.
what you do is you would stitch that through. Because it's a nylon zip, you don't have to worry about that. Stitch this through in the seam allowance.
Yep.
I'll go back again. And then because you're going to pull your cushion through, you need to have your zip open inside. But yeah, you'll...
Oh, you just baste the
stitch
ends
this,
together.
Yeah. I mean, I should really do it with a bigger stitch. There we go. There we go. But these nylon zips are brilliant. Don't try it if you're going to use a metal one, obviously.
No.
That just holds it together. And then you snip these ends off. This is basted to the fabric. And then you fit this one right side to right side of your 9 patch. And it's just a standard corner.
Lovely. Yeah. It's such a lovely, lovely project. Brilliant. I love it. Thank you, Alison. I think you've inspired everybody this morning. Keep checking out with those, won't you? And also, if you've still got Alison's fabulous The Last Piece jigsaw puzzle pattern or kit in mind, do check out your baskets. Don't miss out. Right, we're going to do the menu. Thank you so much for this morning, Alison.
No problem.
It's been wonderful.
Lovely,
It's been
thank
good
you.
to
I've
see
enjoyed
as
it.
well.
Yeah.
Right, the menu for tomorrow. It's Mother's Day. It's Mother's Day. And we've got a lovely, lovely day. It's also the clocks go forward tonight. Well, tomorrow, early morning. Yes, they do.
I missed that one.
Yes. So my 4:30 alarm will be at 3:30 a.m. Yay! Can't wait. Oh, spend the day with me. 8 a.m. Lynn Goldsworthy. She'll wake me up. Lynn Goldsworthy is with me with the Artisan Blossom quilt kit. It is fabulous. At 9 o'clock, we've got the foundation paper piece teacup quilt and cushion with Jenny Jackson. I'm seen her for yonks. At 10 o'clock, it's the New York Beauty quilt with Lynn Goldsworthy. I want this quilt so much. At 11 o'clock, Jenny Jackson is back with Jenny Jackson Designs, and you're saving 20% on that hour. And then finally, at midday, we have got quilt kits you will love. Now, I know that lots of you will be spending time with mums tomorrow, so our time together may be brief, but do make sure you check in and say hello in the morning, or I will miss you and I will want to know where you are. Alison, when are you next in?
Couple of weeks.
Oh, not long.
No.
Do you know the date?
10th.
The 10th? I'll take it. I'll take it. Good. Great. Can't wait. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. It's a date. Don't be late.